I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome to America's Third Party and our Vape Lounge. We're starting our show out with a very casual Conspiracy at Monday show. I'm David Sponheim. Welcome. Yeah, many of you are vaping, I know, enjoying the luxury of living in a recreational state of marijuana as opposed to a state of insanity. It's nice to know that people have the ability to do that now in America in some areas. And I want everyone to know, to start with, I support legalization across the board of recreational marijuana for all Americans. And this Weed the People movement is starting as we continue to do the show against all odds. Yeah, and that's the centerpiece of our show, really. You know, we certainly want everyone to know that that's the backdrop of a third party. Apparently a lot of you are getting over the Super Bowl loss of the Rams, 13-3 last night. I actually went out of my way to go see it in the worst weather ever. And right now, Washington State, where I live, is blanketed in snow and 20 degrees tonight. It's going to be really, really cold. But nothing compared to what you've been through in the Midwest. My goodness. Jackson was in here last week. He was getting minus 40 degrees in his local town in Wisconsin. It was a terrible situation. I got 5 inches of snow. It came late this year. And all our cars are covered. The streets are covered. We got 20-degree weather tonight. It's like we're getting the back end of this. A little late for my personal interest, but, you know, nevertheless, it's kind of nice to be able to experience a winter once a year. But, you know, seen one, you see them all, right? Yeah. No, we're not going to ban any trash food. No, I'm not going to force you to do anything. I don't believe in taxing people with a luxury tax like so many people. I believe that luxury tax the Democrats are pushing is veritably communist. I don't like the fact that Democrats think collectively. They think that they somehow, with a simple majority, they're going to rule the world. That bothers me. And that's one of the reasons why I started America's Third Party, because I don't believe in that crap. I believe that the American people need something solid to hold on to in the center of the political spectrum. That's why we started this show and this effort. I support the right to bear arms completely. No restrictions, no registration, and no mandatory verification. I also support the right to a woman choosing what she's going to do with her baby. And I'm not in favor of the alt-right's move to overturn Roe v. Wade, which is exactly what the alt-right is thinking of right now. Now, having cheated in the election, we know for a fact that the Trump campaign did cheat to win with Russia's help. And we know that this is an ongoing problem that has not been resolved by Mueller. I'm of the belief now that Mueller is working for the deep state and protecting Trump, like he did last week when he spoke up against BuzzFeed, who had solid evidence that Trump ordered people to shut down the Moscow Trump deal, the Tower deal, at a certain time. And this is very weird, the whole confluence of events that happened last week. If you digested that, you know that Rudy Giuliani flipped and basically said something prior that they closed the Moscow Trump deal early, and then it disappeared. And you notice how nobody's talking about Trump offering Putin $50 million for a hotel room in the Moscow Trump. It's just all over the place. Now everything is being, oh, no, we don't talk about that. So I think Mueller is working for Trump. Otherwise, he would have gotten the 10 years of tax returns quickly, early on in the investigation. That being said, the Democrats still have a chance to move toward impeachment. Yeah, Trump won with Russia's help, and now what's really suspicious is the Republicans want to stack the Supreme Court. They're waiting for Ruth Bader Ginsburg to drop. They're putting a story out right now, the QAnon group, the alt-right Trump Russia supporters. They're putting out a story that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is dead, and they're making false statements in the media that she's dead. You know, God forbid she dies, but everybody dies eventually. So we think that's very, very bad taste for the Republicans to be trying to antsy to get another person in there, alleged rapist, drunkard, like, you know, Kavanaugh. Yeah, so we don't need that, but it's coming anyway. Yeah, free energy is real, and we've been lied to about free energy. A lot of people don't realize this, but most of these scientific advances in energy efficiency have been suppressed by oil companies. Really? BuzzFeed laid off everybody in their entire group with gender studies degrees? Whatever, BuzzFeed can do whatever they want. So Ruth Bader Ginsburg was spotted at a gym working out a couple weeks ago, doing according to Poison Pez. There you have it. So she's back on the track, being an 85-year-old woman. She had some tumors removed from her lungs. She's going to make a big comeback and continue being a justice for years to come. There's no limit on how many times you donate to feature your name. Oh, yeah. Well, this is the thing. I don't care what Fact Check said. Donald Trump has been kind of caught trying to solicit people to donate and get their name somehow in his State of the Union address, which is going to happen, I guess, tomorrow night or something. Trump is trying to sell ad space for State of the Union address or speech, according to HillReporter.com. Yeah, kind of scary that he thinks he can do this. Tomorrow, President Trump will deliver his State of the Union address. Great humanitarian, blah, blah, blah. Please make a donation of $5 in the next 3 hours to have your name proudly displayed live during the President's State of the Union address. So he's selling space in a national venue, which is illegal. Donald Trump didn't get the memo. You can't profit from the White House. Turning down $400,000 a year as a paycheck, and they must send it somewhere because it has to be sent somewhere. He is actually making way more than that, just selling hotel rooms. It is a scam, yeah. He's selling hotel rooms right nearby with promise of access. You know, get near the president, rent his hotel room. People in the area who have bars are suing Trump because he's bringing people away from their businesses. And he's using a U.S. Postal Office to lease to do this. He's literally leasing an empty USPS office and turned it into a hotel. So that's conflict of interest. That's a felony. What else is Donald Trump doing that would be considered a felony? Oh, yeah. Witness tampering, telling his son Donald Jr. to change his testimony. And according to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, he did weigh in on that. So therefore, he did witness tamper. So we know that for a fact. We know for a fact that he fired James Comey because he wanted to end the Russian thing. Lester Holt, and he had an interview on camera that said that. So Donald Trump is mired in all kinds of facts that are going to amount to high crimes and misdemeanors. And treason would be the charge if I were to launch an impeachment process right now. My biggest concern is, though, is the sex tape of him may very well be real. And my greater concern is that it's being used to blackmail our president. That's my theory. To force him to stand down in Venezuela, do whatever they tell him to do in Ukraine. All of this, Russia has control over Donald now. So if Russia wants to announce they have a missile that can go 27 times the speed of sound and scare the living crap out of everybody, Donald doesn't say boo. You notice how he said nothing about that? It was all over the news last week. Well, we're going to be very...
When you look at a shipping...
We're going to be very tough. I'm going to be very tough on Russia. He's the toughest. I've been the very toughest on Russia. Trump has been the very lightest on Russia I have ever seen. Hey, we played this last night, or 2 nights ago. That's a good one. The tiny house out of 3 compact... This beautiful tiny house. Let me show you the outside of it. These people took 3 shipping containers, lined them up against each other, and these things are like, you know, $2,000 to $3,000 a piece. They lined them up and made walkways and causeways between them and put covers on them. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, we'll play that again tonight. Thank you. Tiny house living with shipping containers. They got it contained, yeah. All right. Well, non-GMO celery is about $3.99 per pound. I bought exactly that the other day at my local store. Yeah, I don't buy genetically modified celery that takes Roundup and sucks it in. I get organic non-GMO celery for $3.99. Yeah, I'm here every night. We do the show, and we have a goal to bring people into the middle of the political spectrum. So we're in the middle of the political spectrum with centrist politics. And as you can see, I am David Sponheim, the person in the picture. Yeah. That's me. I mean, I can prove that it's me if you want. I mean, here, I'll show you. See? I look identically like this guy. All right. Up, up, and away in my beautiful chemtrail plane. I was red in the picture because there was a lot of red. Yeah. I don't have a twin. No. It was a sunny day. I was in the sun that day. Howie, remember we talked about that? This is your first mute. I'll mute you again later. I'm trying to train you so that maybe Sarah won't ban you tonight because she's getting ready to ban you. Yeah, most celery does taste like chemicals. That's why people get organic, non-GMO. Do you want to avoid chemicals in your diet? Order organic. I know it's more expensive, but you can buy a sack of organic potatoes pretty cheap if you look around. Or just get non-GMO potatoes. I get those for $1 for 10 pounds. Don't worry about the organic, just get non-GMO. That's better. Oh, so Donald Trump's golfing score is really good. That's not really something we want to talk about tonight, but you can talk about it if you want. But soliciting people for the State of the Union address is really outrageous. And this story came into view today. The Virginia Deputy Governor, Justin Fairfax, who said he was unacceptable that the governor, Northam, had done a blackface. Well, we don't even know if Governor Northam did a blackface. All we know is that he was implicated on a page in a book, and he said he's sorry he was implicated, but he never admitted he did a blackface. But this guy, who clearly is black, came out against him and now is being charged with assault claims. Yeah. And he says it's a smear campaign. He said that an uncorroborated smear was meant to derail his career. Back in 2004, some woman claimed he assaulted her. Only now, at a time of intense media attention surrounding Virginia politics, has this false claim been raised again. He has never assaulted anyone ever in any way, shape, or form. So he stands by his honesty, and now he's been under attack after standing against Governor Northam's right to freely do whatever the hell he wanted back in 1984. 4 days without showering, what's the problem? And you are growing your own celery, that's good. What happened? Are you unable to get water? Yeah, Virginia is standing with Ralph Northam. A lot of Virginians stand with him, and I stand behind Ralph Northam. Absolutely. You still have a connection, or you lost it? I'm not going to run his blackface video, no. I can't run blackface on our show. I did a blackface video in 2008, and I'm proud of the fact that I had to do something. That they said I did it back in 2010. I did it as early as 2008 after I found out that Barack Obama had effectively shut down my ability to actually run for president. The media would not give me any ability to reach out and get free press. And after about 500 hours of broadcasting, I was frustrated. This is me right before I did the blackface video, about 2 weeks before.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my my hybrid electric vehicle.
I'll show you that later, but yeah, thank you. I feel younger. That's 10 years ago. And the miracle of positive thinking has carried me forth and made me feel young, and I am young. So if you don't have positive thinking, you'll never be in a better state of mind. The one thing you can change is how you view yourself. Yeah, it's a great insight. The car gets nearly 50, well, it gets 55 miles per gallon.
Not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks.
You know, I still have the car, and it looks exactly like that. It's fantastic. I give it a wax job 3 times a year. I use Teflon wax on it and nano wax. And man, that thing is incredible. I love it. Tires are like brand new. I mean, I drive it to town to keep the battery going. I have a brand new battery pack in it. It gets 55 comfortably now. But it's going to be a collector's item, according to Jay Leno. I got Sarah another one like it. A CVT transmission. This is a 5-speed. You got to shift this one. It's more hands-on than hers. I like driving hers better, actually. I know. All right, that's true with you, Joe. If this is a bannable offense to demoralize women in our show, so you just got a mute. Yeah. These are your warnings, Joe. You and Howie, you'll be staying out of the show if you continue to demoralize women. I support the Me Too movement, and I want women to feel safe when talking about their past transgressions with men. I don't think women should have to feel like they're afraid to talk about having been raped by somebody like a producer to have a job. They should be able to talk about that. And feeling demoralized isn't going to make women feel better. Well, that's terrible. You think women should stay in the kitchen? I just think a lot of you misogynists really have no hope. I feel sorry for you. And the Virginia Speaker has rightful hesitation about trying to impeach Northam, highlighting potential constitutional impasse. And I hope Northam stands up to this because I think he's great. There's nothing wrong about a guy who was elected by the people and who freely spoke out and was involved in a alumni album that had a couple people on the page with his photo. And he claims he's not even one of those people in blackface or the KKK outfit. 35 most outrageous lines from Donald Trump's Super Bowl interview. I didn't even realize he had a Super Bowl interview. That's how inauspicious it was. Baldwin says, "We will rue the day." Trump declares national emergency for border wall. Okay. Nope, that was not me in blackface during that time period. No. I did blackface in 2008, and then somebody copied it in 2010 and put it on the internet, or after I put it on the internet for a short time, and then they made a copy and it went viral worldwide. The guy sold Blu-ray discs of me saying this 3.5 minute speech.
You say Trump is planning to offer an aspirational path forward in his State of the Union address, but...
Okay, let's take a look at that in just a second. We will investigate the CIA, yes. In fact, I'm concerned that Dianne Feinstein has not done enough, or anything for that matter, to stop corruption within the ranks of the NSA, CIA, or FBI. And I think I want to thank the Republicans, the former Republicans in the House, for doing one thing, and that is exposing the corruption of our FBI. What Strzok did with Hillary's emails was downright criminal. Culling all the emails about Benghazi from the list, that's just outrageous. Of course we didn't see anything on Benghazi, because he pulled them all. I mean, hello? Blackface is certainly within the realm of free speech, just as you have the right to say it's not acceptable. We have the right to say it's perfectly acceptable. It's part of American history. That's like saying rap stars can't be considered rappers because they're owned by Jewish elitists that force them to perform sex acts with them. You have the right to talk about this stuff. You do. Most major rappers are connected at the hip to these Jewish royalty people. It's true, yeah, I know. I speak the truth. So that's why I am not going to be doing no rap. But I strongly believe in free speech. I don't understand why people don't understand that. That's what this country is predicated on. Venezuela, Maduro warns White House will be stained with blood if Trump invades. And he should be concerned. Trump has no other excuse to start an emergency at the border other than to start a war with Venezuela. That's the serious, sad truth. The war, there's no major emergency going on at the border wall. This is a plan that should have been courted diplomatically, politically. Donald Trump should have spent 2 years working on Congress to get this passed, not force people to do it on the last days of signing a bill. Let's listen to this guy, what he has to say.
El intento de imponer un golpe de Estado con un golpe mediático internacional. Hay un golpe mediático internacional contra Venezuela para desfigurar la situación real y además para llenar de presión a un país e imponer el modelo de intervención que se pretende desde Washington. Es sobre la Embajada de Estados Unidos. Bueno, nosotros hemos cumplido con la Constitución, con los convenios internacionales. Y el gobierno de Estados Unidos ha procedido a retirar a parte de su personal. No tengo por qué pensar que no van a cumplir ellos también. Esperemos las 72 horas. El gobierno de Estados Unidos tiene que cumplir plenamente. No han querido dialogar.
No han querido dialogar. Okay, I think that the man needs to get a break here. I mean, just because he doesn't want to suck up to Goldman Sachs and sell properties to Goldman Sachs representatives, now we're starting a war with this country? I mean, this is absurd. Venezuela had a democratic election when they originally elected this man. Well, that could be argued. I don't know. He did seem like he was trying to cling to power there for a while, didn't he? Well, they really wanted Hugo Chavez. This guy ascended to power when Hugo died from a stomach virus that could be easily transferred from one person to another. We don't even know if the elitists didn't kill Hugo Chavez. That's very possible. How he called it on Skype. Yeah. We heard his voice one night. It did sound high-pitched like lot lizards, though. So Trump is igniting new furor over the upcoming State of the Union address. Let's hear what this is. Thanks.
By a president. Already there's a lot of drama behind this year's address. It's following directly after the longest partial government shutdown the U.S. has ever seen, so there are a lot of things to pay attention to when Trump comes to the Capitol this year. Now, there's been a lot of back and forth between Pelosi and Trump leading up to this year's address, mounting tension about the border wall and the government shutdown, which ended with Trump conceding on his demands for border wall funding.
I will sign a bill to open our government
This year, Nancy Pelosi is now the Speaker of the House. She will be directly behind Donald Trump. Last year, the cutaways showed her not standing, not clapping, scowling, frowning. Now she'll be right behind him to share her feelings about what he's saying the whole time. It will be also interesting to see whether Donald Trump sticks to his script or if he wants to spin off into space a little bit. We know from Twitter, we know from his rallies, we know from his cabinet meetings, he seems to be most in his element when he's not on script, when he's just saying what he wants to say loud and proud. Typically, State of the Union addresses are about an even mix of saying, here's what we've accomplished, here's what we want to accomplish as an administration. Last year, President Trump seemed to lean more heavily on the first part. He wanted to brag about what he has done.
We have created 2.4 million new jobs.
But this year, many observers saw the continuing resolution with Democrats as Trump caving, and he's facing maybe another government shutdown in less than 2 weeks if a bipartisan committee can't agree on border security, and he can't agree with them. How will he talk about the border and immigration? These were key issues of his platform during the campaign. In his last State of the Union, President Trump barely mentioned Russia at all, certainly not in the context of all the questions swirling around him. Think of everything that has happened since then. Think of the people close to him who have been swept up in this investigation.
Mr. Cohen.
One of the big questions will be, does he say anything about it? And if he does, what does he say?
But the entire thing has been a witch hunt.
And lastly, there's this question of the First Lady. Last year, she went to the State of the Union separate from the president. That virtually never happens. She said she wanted more time with the people who were going to be honored sitting in the box with her there. But remember, this was in the backwash of all the news about Stormy Daniels and other things the president allegedly was involved with. People will be trying to read every gesture, every look, every raised eyebrow to figure out what's going on inside the household of the Trumps, in addition to what's going on in the Trump White House.
Well, we don't know because Trump hasn't had a very open White House. It's very secret. I don't want to go there. Wow. Massive fires. Massive ice caps moving down Niagara Falls. Fairy-like images. Fairy-like images of frozen Niagara Falls. Let's take a look. Look at that. Fairy-like. Jeez, aren't they sweet? Look at those. Froze the well-known Niagara Falls to the bone. More fairy-like talk. Gosh, look at the snow. Boy, this is very fairy-like. All right. Well, that's good to know. Thank you for that clip. Jeez. I don't know. Tupperware ladies can gather anytime they want. Always be respectful of women. I'm not kissing female ass, no. But I can tell you one thing. I am not an abuser. So don't ever paint me out as one. That's right. I have never verbally called a woman a bad name in my life. I certainly would never lay a hand on a woman. I just find it kind of sad that you people who can't find one come in here and denigrate women all the time. It's like, dude, just get a life. Become a MGTOW or something, you know? You're moving to iVlog? Okay, Bengalitis. I see you over there. Thank you. So many wars, so little time. David, how will you observe Chinese Lunar New Year tomorrow here in the U.S.? I'm going to probably avoid eating at Chinese buffets as in honor of the Chinese New Year, because I don't believe that they're serving chicken. I think it's something other than chicken. Yeah, there's a lot of concern that maybe we're getting things that, you know, scare the living daylights out of us at these places. So in honor of the Chinese New Year, I'm not going to eat at a Chinese restaurant. That wasn't chicken. And ever since people have been, you know, eating this dog-like rat material, and Trump allowed the Chinese chicken to be imported into our country, I know, who doesn't love Chinese buffet? I mean, I love the fact that the salt content is through the roof. I mean, it makes food taste so great. And I really enjoy the headache I get from high blood pressure afterward. Jeez. Don't eat out. Make your own food, folks. It's a lot safer for you. Well, it's up to you, Bengalitis. We don't really have a requirement at Vaughn. We don't have a tough moderator, but you've been here so long that there's no reason why you wouldn't be at iVlog. You've been a decent person all these years. Well, you got to watch the sodium content, and MSG too. That's a killer. According to Howie, it causes lesions in your brain. Sarah can't even have MSG. She has a terrible reaction. I have a reaction to salt, so both of us don't really go to Chinese restaurants anymore. I'll eat at Chinese-style buffets that are not designated Chinese buffets, but like I'll go to Chinese Day at the buffet or something. Okay, any other questions? Great, we're good. I didn't really cover the outrageous lines from Donald Trump's Super Bowl interview, but I'm getting a little tired of the nonstop outrageous lines from Donald Trump, aren't you? Well, don't eat out unless you know for sure that you can eat out safely. I don't feel a lot of safe trust when I go to restaurants and have to sit down, so I normally, whenever I do eat out, I do like to eat out, no question about it, but not that kind of eating out. That can cause serious problems. You got sick for a week from a Chinese buffet? Wow, Joe, thanks for telling me. The reason why you're muted is because you were talking negatively about women. We're trying to engender a positive feeling here so that all of us will understand the Me Too situation. So, in lieu of the fact that many Chinese restaurants are dangerously close to delivering, weird food, there is absolutely no government intervention here. No one's checking to see if they are delivering good food. My beautiful cat Fluffy is in tonight with the ATP logo, and her little kitty cat in the corner of the screen. Isn't that cute? Over at ProCams. That's so cute. Yeah, that's nice. I love cats, so we have that in common. Well, you're getting all kinds of stuff. You're getting the fish oyster sauce. You're getting hoisin sauce, which is loaded with salt. You're getting salt here, salt there, salt everywhere. So I really can't afford to eat out at Chinese restaurants because it's so salty. So I just choose not to. I've seen people, though, from Asia who lump it on and just love it. So go for it. It turns out Asians have less sensitivity to salt intake than people who are not Asian. So that's what I heard. I think this entire concept of attacking each other, Pelosi disagreeing with Trump on the wall. Pelosi will not fund a wall. That's emphatic. Donald Trump will not say the word fence. That's emphatic. So Trump has refused to say the word fence at all. And she refuses to fund a wall. So we're really at a semantics point with these two old people who need to, spend time in a retirement facility. I would have oversight.
Building some excitement.
The Food and Drug Administration will be heavily involved in sampling food items in all Chinese restaurants when I become president. We will make sure that every single food item will be at least at certain safe levels of salt, and we will make recommendations. And we will test for any food from China that is either dog, cat, or rat. And if we do get dog, cat, or rat meat, the business will be shut down. That's how I'm going to approach the Chinese restaurant problem we're having. And I'm going to encourage, people to open up smorgasbords, in empty spaces. Low-cost smorgasbords would be great. Christoph St. John dead. Young and restless star 52 tragically dies at home. Wow, that's just too young to pass away. 52 years old. Soap opera actor Christoph St. John, he died. Yeah, what's going on? We don't know what happened to him. An autopsy was completed today, but he's dead. We don't know. It's unknown as to how he may have died. So this actor, if you followed him on the Young and the Restless for years, maybe some of you ladies, would like to know he's no longer available for you. He's dead. So he won't be on your list of fantasies.
Not that he was on my list anyway.
I know. I mean, it's like whatever. Hell all day. Yeah, she's got quite a profile. Thank you for sharing. Sarah's here. Yes, smorgasbord is a type of Scandinavian meal originating in Sweden, buffet style, with multiple hot and cold dishes of various foods. I mean, whatever happened to the smorgasbords? I doubt there's one smorgasbord in the entire country. Do you mind if I take a look and see?
Yes, I do mind if you take a look on that side. If you just put the browser over here, I wouldn't mind.
I would look at the smorgasbord in Seattle there.
There you go.
We are going to now look at the smorgasbord, the best smorgasbord in the Seattle, Sarah. Hold on just a second there. Oh, no, yeah,
just go to the, here. Let me
I'll do it right now.
No. Let me fix this for you. See, you know, monitor capture. You were the one that showed me this.
Yeah, they were, yeah.
I don't know why you don't use that.
Well, I'm so excited. The smorgasbord is in Seattle. I'm going to take a look here.
Wait.
Oh, I just want to go down and see this. Oh, we got the Periscope up and running now. Thank you. All right, Periscope is active. I know.
Okay, here you go. Now
I'm going to look now at the see that we may be going there to the smorgasbord because I want to go there to see it. I can't wait to find it.
I don't know if I want a smorgasbord because I don't know if I like.
There is no smorgasbord. They're all gone.
Tie you up.
Tie you up is not my smorgasbord. I don't want to eat at a place called Tie You Up. Market Fresh.
They have the IKEA restaurant.
The IKEA restaurant. That's my smorgasbord. And there's a small smorgasbord if you wish to add to it. Okay. Market Fresh. There's just no smorgasbords left. They're all Indian buffets. This is sad, man. This is the only one located in Ballard. They enjoyed it very much, and the best was the smorgasbord. Freya. 11 reviews. I'll have to check this place out. Very kind of like Scandinavian furniture. Oh yeah. We'll have to check this out if we're in Seattle sometime. I just want to go to a classic smorgasbord. There's just no longer any of them out there. Sarah's here to talk about anything you guys want, other than negative stuff about women. I warned Howie not to do anything. Oh, right, the Carol Burnett show. That's got to be funny. Yeah, I'll talk Tim Conway. That's good, DT Laura. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and step out. Sarah's going to just talk to you. Would you like a new background? This looks very militaristic.
I don't care.
You don't care?
I don't care.
What about this one? That looks natural. All right, I'll be back. Thank you.
Well, you can be surprised all you want. That's fine. I know, I do want David back as soon as possible. David, could you come back? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm glad you guys are all doing well. Today it was snowy here. Woke up to about 3 inches of snow on the ground. Your sister is a master food preserver. Her preserved food is vastly superior to store-bought. That is awesome, 911. Okay. All right. Oh yes, true. I'm sure the food at certain restaurants are pre-frozen. Pretty crazy. Oh, frozen. You $60 a week spent buying frozen food. You get more money when you buy organic food than you do for frozen food. Well, they had made today a teacher work day, so that it was already like a day where kids didn't have to go to school. So I'm sure they were very excited that it snowed on that day rather than just being where they'd have to. Anyway, so that's really good. No. David and I have discussed, and we said that we're tired. At least I'm very tired of certain times when you talk about women in a demeaning way, Howie. I'm not on in a banning mood. We're just telling you that first I'll tell you, please stop talking about women in a demeaning way. And then if you continue, then I'll mute you. And then if you continue, then I'll ban you. Hello, Inventor Gem Genius. You're right, Blushert. I think I'm not even going to engage in that conversation right now. Yeah, the weather is pretty cold here. Tonight is going to be in, I'll pull up the weather on the weather one here. But I guess tonight's going to be in around 20 degrees or something. And then tomorrow the high is going to be 37, the high. And then the low will be 20 something. So, oh, I didn't mean weather.com, I just meant weather. 25 degrees right now. Feels like 19 degrees. Fahrenheit. The students didn't have school. I like the ones that don't blanch them before they package. Just wash, cut, pack, flash freezing is very good. I don't plan on going on a vacation. Like last year, I went on a vacation on spring break, and this year I don't have any plans for that. Yeah, I think it is best for the show that we just keep on, and that's about it. Yeah, blanching's not bad, but flash frozen's even better because then people can blanch them when they cook them after the flash freezing. They're talking about frozen food over at iVlog. Hello, Allura. My goodness, Howie. I can see why you are probably upset with the world because you probably need to move out of your area. Can you save up a little money to just move out of your area, take a bus somewhere, probably anywhere, and then settle there? Because it sounds like you're in an area where they're doing lots of drugs. That's not the case here, at least, or I don't hang out in those areas. One or the other. I don't see a lot of drug use in this area. It's pretty cool, 169. I don't have a big freezer, so I don't do freeze vegetables. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. Wow. I'm sure if I looked hard enough, I'd find someone somewhere in our town, but probably not. I don't know. But I would suggest keep moving until you find a place that you don't find someone doing drugs. But then don't also just hang out at the bus stop when you take a bus or a train to a new location. You have to go like probably a mile or two away, probably 5 miles away from the bus stop. What do you consider hard drugs? Wow, Real Magoo. Yeah, I hear heroin's different. Wow. Wow. Ah, conversation, one about drugs and one about flash freezing. Out-of-state buyers are flocking to Miami. Wow, I didn't know all of those names. Okay, but yes, I would probably consider those hard drugs. Wow. Three months to get your glasses jacket. I mean your glasses. Yeah, jacket pocket said. Okay. Surveys are showing an overwhelming support for raising taxes on top earners. The prospect of a 70% tax rate for multimillionaires and special levies on super rich polling suggests when it comes to that, the American public is increasingly on board. A Politico Morning Consult poll released Monday found 76% of registered voters believe the wealthiest Americans should pay more in taxes. But how much more? I don't know if they would say, yeah, tax them 70%. One guy says there's a wellspring about the unfairness in the economy that's been tapped into about this. Should we tax the rich or not? Good, I'm glad you got glasses. Some companies might leave if we tax them. Wow. Well, 70% marginal rate on income earned over 10 million. People supported it with 59% in a recent Hill Harris X poll. Here's it. Elizabeth Warren wants to levy 2% on those with a net worth over 50 million and 30% on those with a net worth of 1 billion. Wow. Yeah. All right. Burger King bought out Tim Hortons so they can move their corporate headquarters to Canada to pay less corporate tax. Dental care you think should be free in America, especially dentures. You're probably right, Howie. But Real Magoo says dental is not even free in Canada. Even if it wasn't free, just like more affordable, like $50 cleanings, $100 upper dentures, $100 lower dentures. A 3-tiered fixed charges for dental work. Yeah, maybe. All right, sorry. My master's, I passed the penultimate task for my master's, and I've submitted my final task. So I just have to, I'm just waiting to see if I either pass this last task or I have to revise it. But if I revise it, then they'll give me notes on what I need to do. So it's really cool. I will probably find out before my birthday if I have my master's. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a fantastic year for me, this 40th year for my birthday. I've had a lot of great things happen at my employment, and then I've been I've just been having a really great year. Found my passion. One of my passions is vermicomposting, but no, I don't toke. I don't know what I'll do to celebrate. I think I might celebrate, I might go whale watching. But I've been at whale watching before, so I don't know. David doesn't drive for Uber. The thing about people that drive for Uber, we were talking about that. Uber really needs to make sure that they have extra insurance for their drivers, because did you know a lot of insurance will not cover you if you're driving as an Uber driver. And if you're logged into the Uber app on your phone, then you won't while you're driving, you won't be covered. It feels perfect, Blauschwert. I like having the... I don't know what my IQ is. I never had it tested. But I did get a scholarship from Mensa, so there you go. Shadow? No, you think you're my son. But you're not, because I was never pregnant. Who is me? You say it's me, 3 with 2 E's. 205. A little scary. David blamed me. No, he did not. He told me that he is not casting on Sundays, period. You sure you don't have it the opposite way around, Shadow? You're like, she's living with me, but really you're living with her? Who pays the bills? You're funny, 205. You're very funny. She pays the bills, but you clean. Well, there is something to be said about that. You clean the house, you fix things. Even. I know, he had a cast. David will cast on many holidays, but I'm really glad that he doesn't cast on Sunday.
All right, yeah, we're done. I mean, I've reached the, I made the dinner for you, and you can have whatever you want there.
Oh, good. In the Sierras, a blizzard dropped so much snow that the ski resorts had to close down.
Oh, so much snow that avalanches could occur. Wow. Skiing is dangerous. If you break a leg, it's going to cost you $30,000, $40,000. Hang on, there's no wig here, dude. Yeah. Thanks. That one guess, you got him. I can't believe how many people are so jealous of my beautiful hair. It just amazes me. So many guys are going prematurely bald from the Fukushima radiation that's flying over their heads. They don't even know why they're losing their hair. Well, thanks so much. Yeah, get it while it's hot, because we got 20 degrees tonight here in Washington, which for us is cold.
I did like Maroon 5, but I did say, I was telling David, I thought it was a complete double standard that that he was able to go shirtless, and they made a big deal about Janet Jackson, and then he was able to go shirtless. Yeah. That's such a double standard.
It is. You know, women aren't allowed to go shirtless. I mean, that guy should not be allowed to take his shirt off on stage, just like women.
We should develop bikinis.
Man bikinis should be the next thing, and we should shield our bodies from each other so we'll never see each other's body. That would be so much better than to have to look at some tattooed guy with California on the front of his chest. I mean, jeez. I mean, many of you women are absolutely right about that. I mean, or just go topless for everybody, right? Would that press 1 for topless for everybody, and 2 for more rules? What?
Yeah.
1 for topless for everybody, or 2 more rules.
I just don't like double standards.
I don't like double standards either, Sarah. I mean, you can take that in the other room. That's kind of blocking the door.
I guess it's okay.
Okay, just leave it there.
All right.
It's insulation. Yeah, it always gets stuck. Oh, goodness.
Here, I got it.
Thank you. I think it's almost better if we just toss it, you know. Yeah, it's kind of a reminder of history. Yeah, the one guy caught the ball great. I gave up. I bailed at 10-3 because, as you know, I predicted the win for the Patriots. As you know, I'm 100% record of winning. I did want the Rams to win because I was a big LA Rams fan when I was a kid, but I knew that the no, I don't have a turkey neck. That's not true. No, yeah. You are not allowed to come in here and say those things. You've been muted. No, I'm talking about adult males and women. Sarah's right about the double standard. And I'm offended by the fact that he's not that talented, you know. I don't know how Maroon 5 ever got to where he is. But that's okay. I'm glad he's had a good career. I thought Big Boy, or was it Little Boy, or what was that guy's, the rapper? I thought he made an auspicious, big league presentation. He's a Zionist. What is his name, Levine? Yeah. He looks like a Zionist. He could be a Zionist. He could also be a good Jewish man, yeah. There's nothing about Jewish men that are Zionists. Don't accuse Jewish people of being Zionists, please. Thank you. Jewish people are not necessarily Zionists. David doesn't care about your football viewing habits. I care about all of your habits. Did all of you have enough bathroom time during the major event? I saw people drinking around me that were just like sloshing it down, man. And I almost think they were watering down the vodka because I saw these people shooting vodka and I was like, whoa. Yeah, I went to a big screen TV. Ray Walston, no, I never did get those antennas that match the My Favorite Martian guy. I wanted to do that. It's one of my goals in life is to get that antenna set. I'm saving up my eBay money. Hopefully I'll have enough to buy it. Get the actual Roy Walston. Ray Walston's, he looked a lot like me, yeah. I don't think he was very tall, though. He was a short man. I'm 6'4". Yeah, Ray was such a great actor. My Favorite Martian, Bill Bixby and Ray Walston. Here's his picture right here. That's funny. How illogical. You look just like him. I know. That's even more like you. I know. Why are you talking to yourself? I don't know. Well, with the advent of AI and the coming future of technology, we no longer have to worry about Martians. We can worry about Dave. Hi, I'm Dave, formerly My Favorite Martian. Ears wide shut. I hear you. What do you want to talk about tonight? Triple entendre. I rarely do that, but sorry, but when you lean back, it was your neck bone weird. Turkey weird. Badger waxer. Turkey neck. How, you of all people should say that about my neck. Okay, so Trump is cleaning house. He got rid of a lot of the illegal aliens that are currently in his offices. So for the past 2 years, Trump has been hiring illegal aliens at many of his resorts, but he's cracking down. Isn't that great? Yeah. He's providing to the DML news of, let's see, most reliable, balanced news. Oh, no. Eric Trump, President's sons, confirmed the firings to the Washington Post on Monday. Those dismissed, including 3 undocumented workers of the Trump National Golf Club and 3 more at the Trump National Golf Club in Philadelphia. Okay, well, that's great. More and more illegal aliens leaving the Trump dynasty. Took him 2 years to start firing illegal aliens. Can you imagine how long it would take him to build a wall? Come on. He wants Mexico to build a wall, too. Did you hear that? He wants that 25 or 5.7 billion so his friends at CEMEX can get that contract. You know, those are the people that poured the concrete in the Florida I guess it was a bridge that fell on people. Yeah, 7 people died. I know. 7 people died. The bridge collapsed on top of them. They all died, and not one person at CEMEX or the Munilla Construction Company that did that Miami bridge were prosecuted. Nobody. Nobody's prosecuted, but 7 people are dead. I just can't believe it. How can anyone lose their lover? Excuse me. Must have been some hair in the back of my throat from the I don't know. Okay, we're back up and running. I just looked at my watch 2 hours ago. It's been roughly 2 hours. Anita, are you still in pain? You glad you went to sleep? But my bed seems to be a mess with pillows. No comfy right now. Need to be slept. So you work on your sleep, Anita. Make your sleep area the most comfy place on earth. Yeah. She needs her sleep. She's really suffering quite a bit. But, you know, she hangs out in our room every night. We love that. That's great. We're part of the, I guess we're a kind of a hangout, a community for people. And that's a good thing. Because without this community, we wouldn't have this ability to talk about things like the Rothschilds and how they inherited a patent after 4 co-owners disappeared on flight MH370. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier today about how Jacob Rothschild, the heir apparent, or the man who runs the Carlyle Group, is actually the owner, the sole owner now, of a patent for a unmanned aerial vehicle, a component inside of swarm bots or slaughter bots. You know, those things that have weaponized slaughter capability, the drones that fly faster than you can see and then can target your head and then install. You saw that video, right? Well, it's pretty bad. And he is now the sole owner of the entire thing. It's a heavy burden, you know. It's not easy being him. And it comes with a lot of requirements, you know. Obviously, he has to attend functions and go to his nearest badminton team to play badminton with us. But the Rothschild family is a significantly large family of five young older men who definitely have had a tremendous amount of wealth given to them from their original father, Nathan. The grandfather gave them a tremendous amount of wealth, so much so that it's beyond belief. The Rothschilds are worth perhaps more than $200 trillion, making Vladimir Putin's small wealth of 200 billion nothing by comparison. But you see, having old people in the family is so much nicer to have a friendlier face like David's. So I've decided to take on David's face. Do you pay yourself to cut your own grass? No. Nope. We're all here in this big, huge world together. We have to chip in on our own. So this is an important fact that I think many of you are wondering, well, what do you mean? Why did MH370 crash? How come they never found the box, the beacon? Because the plane was sent to Diego Garcia. What happened was there was a strange kind of a diversion of the plane for 3 hours. And when you talk about something as important as this, and you look at Malaysia and where this plane went down, they lost track on the radar right around this point here. Near Kuala Lumpur. And the flight took a pathway up, took a pathway up this way, and then made a U-turn and went down here, and went all the way out here, and I believe it landed in the middle of the ocean area. at Diego Garcia. So this is a small little island off the coast, or right out in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And the British Indian Ocean Territory of Diego Garcia. And I guess they've got a lot of installations there. The government's been involved. That's where it was last. They actually heard a person use a cell phone and a text message right off of this island. And the government claimed that it was impossible to have text messages because there are no commercial text message providers on Diego Garcia. But that's not true. There's like 3 providers. So the text message came through from a man who claimed that he stored the cell phone up his butt. I don't have a protein drink in the morning, should I? Buff up? Yeah, dude, maybe I should. Well, it's so cold, I don't think I want to drink a cold malt shake. But hey, here's a story from Scissorfight earlier. It's Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, I just wanted to show you this little story here about that missing. But the text message that came from Diego Garcia was actually recorded as the last message from anywhere. So it's very likely that that plane was hijacked. We never did find the plane or the box. So Nancy Pelosi keeps quoting her favorite Bible verse. The mystery, it's not actually in the Bible. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, just a couple offices away from the presidency herself, where she would take over the country. Yeah, can barely even comprehend what she's reading. She addressed a gathering of presidents of Christian colleges this week in Washington, where she thanked the evangelical community for its leadership on immigration and refugee policy reform. To this end, the Speaker of the House quoted a favorite bit of biblical wisdom in the opening statement. To minister to the needs of God's creation is an act of worship. To ignore those needs is to dishonor the God who made us. Okay, actually, she said it might not technically be from the Bible. I can't find it in the Bible, but I quote it all the time, Pelosi said. I keep reading and reading the Bible. I know it's there someplace. It's supposed to be in Isaiah. I heard a bishop say, to the minister to the needs of God's creation. It's not there someplace. Pelosi passage is not in the Bible. Will Keynes, an associate professor of Hebrew Bible, Old Testament at Whitworth University, told me in an email the closest analog he could find was Proverbs 14:31. Which switches the order of these two main ideas and focuses specifically on the poor. Those who oppress the poor insult their maker, but those who are kind to the needy honor him. Greg McGee, an associate professor of biblical studies at Taylor University, independently suggests that the same verse is closely approximation of the sentiment in Pelosi's version. This is exciting reading. Thank you so much. Wonderful. How often do we get a chance to read from Nancy Pelosi's biblical references? What a wonderful show. Jeez. I'm able to read more than 1 million words a minute, but you would not actually hear the words themselves. For instance, if it's actually a 14-paragraph document, fourscore and 7 years ago. Okay, does Pelosi understand the concept of separation of church and state? No. She doesn't care either because her family was corrupt. Her father was charged with corruption. She's made over $120 million for her piggy bank. Pelosi is absolutely the standing example of incompetence in our nation right now. She is the physical embodiment of incompetence. Donald is the physical embodiment of male ego. And Charles Schumer is the physical embodiment of a man who lives with a gal named Iris. Charles Schumer and Iris. We showed you this one last night. It's like, could you, Iris Weinshall, could you please tell us what's going on? What's it all about, Iris? Well, Charles is involved with a woman. Yeah, it's like weird. It's like hard to understand really what's happening here. Here she is. If these people would come forth and explain exactly what's happening, it would be wonderful. It really would. I just don't know what's going on there. Yeah. The best picture is gone. It was there yesterday. They culled it. Allied Signal Corps must have gotten to it. That picture's gone. Wow. Holy crap. Anyway, looking through the internet with Dave is not exactly fun. But she's an interesting looking woman, and I just didn't realize that, you know, Iris is odd, you know, in her appearance, her very manly look. Next, talking about whatever is on your mind, I will address whatever question comes your way. Mitch McConnell is a human turtle. You're right. I don't know about Amy Schumer's dad, but Charles Schumer is in charge of... Charles in charge? Yeah. There's a show. Surgery. Nancy Pelosi plastic surgery. We have live clips of possible nips and tucks. Let's take a look. Yep, you're right. You know, I even think there's a body double out there for her. Yeah, that looks like pretty nice smoothing. Good dermal abrasion, Nancy. You've got a top guy. Boy, I got to tell you. Isn't she a beautiful brunette for her age? Wow. Hubba hubba, huh? Some of you guys really have that gilf thing going on. I know. Let's not talk about that. She just loves the flattery. You know that. She loves to attract men. That's her whole deal. Yeah. She even gets Charles Schumer going, but, you know, Charles likes manly men. Like Iris. Excuse me while I wipe my nose. I was out in the cold and it's drippy out there. It's like icy, 20 degrees. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, nor do I care. The theory that Nancy Pelosi is taking in hormone supplements or something, that's irrelevant. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I do believe that she will be our president if Trump and Mike Pence are found to be guilty of colluding with Russia. So many of us are going to have to adapt to that reality. So she might become our president, which really would make life interesting, wouldn't it? I would like to know more about that, Dave. You don't mind if I share, do you? Yeah. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. In fact, this whole story of Nancy Pelosi is boring the hell out of me. So I'm going to move to what Trump is doing during the hours of the executive time on his leak schedules. Let's take a look. What has Donald been doing with such a big schedule he's got? Leaked details of President Donald Trump's schedule shows he spent the bulk of his day in executive time. Executive time. The term executive time has become synonymous with his penchant for tweeting complaints about what he sees on TV. But Trump also spends a considerable amount of time of his free time during the day phoning members of Congress and conducting off-the-cuff meetings. That's good to know. It was leaked to Axios. It caused a stir. How he actually spends his time. He's rage tweeting. Yeah. Oh, well, part of it was rage tweeting, I thought. Tweeting Fox and Friends. Yeah. Having Sean Hannity over for a reach around is not what I consider valuable executive time. Oh, Sean, could you come over here? I want to talk about the news and the Fox, how they're going to present me. I'll have my former attorney, Michael Cohen, come over. Isn't he your attorney? Yeah, Sean Hannity denied that Michael Cohen was his attorney. Trump has 2 hours to do his hair, right? And he has his press assistant, Carolyn Sunshine, that loves hanging out in the White House, in the Oval Office. She is a regular. She's a go girl. Carolyn Sunshine, a former YouTube star. She now has a job as a press assistant, and nobody in the Trump administration wants to even talk about it. So you know she's a floater. Yeah. She's a young lady, you know. She's pretty young to be in the White House, don't you think? Yeah. I'm not Carolyn Sunshine, no. I think that's pretty weird if I was, wasn't it? I'm ready for my kneeling time, Donald. I'll go ahead and get the pad. Should I get my special yoga pad, Donald? I feel sorry for her. I mean, you got to imagine what's she doing in the Oval Office with Donald all alone, with no cameras running. I don't know, man. It's just kind of weird. The fact that Donald never shows the Oval Office except when he's endorsing his wall. Oh, I've got a very big wall. I'm going to have this. We're going to build it. I blend easily into it. What? Yeah. Well, that's because I'm one of those guys that can be anything, but I choose to be a man. Yeah, I'm a conscious choice to be a dude. You know, I've never really thought of being a woman. I've never had transgender feelings. Feelings like my penis should be removed. Feelings like depression. Yeah, isn't that weird? Why would we allow people to cut their penises off? What's wrong with people? They must be mentally ill, right? Oh, am I saying something politically incorrect? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, they're deviant, aren't they? I mean, why are we supposed to kiss their ass? What's going on? I mean, isn't it wrong to hurt yourself? Having your penis removed can't be very good. I mean, there's a conspiracy to force us to be trannies right now. Yeah, look at the weather pattern we've got here. Hey, thanks for giving it to me. Minus 21 degrees tonight, Wednesday, Thursday. Where is this going to be? That's not going to be where I am. No. It's got to get warmer. Yeah, I just don't understand why men would want to have their penises removed, or why a woman would want to have some flesh in her thigh put into a pumpable penis. Hey, you don't mind if I talk frankly about this, do you? It's better than talking about the alternative, global nuclear destruction. Yeah. Would you rather talk about transgenderism or global nuclear destruction? Yeah. Go ahead. Your choice. Go ahead and make my day. Hey, by the way, America's Third Party is all about amazing new alternatives, like these solar rooftop panels and a solar rooftop program where you could actually get a job, 15 bucks an hour. Amazing blimps that could carry cargo easily. And getting out of foreign war. That's what we stand for. Oh, and also cleaning the ocean. And a bunch of other stuff. A homestead renewal plan. Yeah, a place to get a job. We got these things running in the background so you can remind yourself of what we're all about. All right. No, I wasn't an extra in anything. I don't want to ever work as an actor. I despise the idea of lying to people. I think actors are liars. I admire good actors, though. I mean, don't get me wrong. But I think they're just liars. I don't like the idea of lying to people. No, Howie, these glasses came with I got these at a discount store for $4.99. You know the story. Yeah, I like them. If you like your glasses, that's like 90% of the entire purchase right there. You know, I could move to LA. I was thinking of getting a 24/7 pass at, or actually a day pass, an annual pass at Disneyland. Thank you. That looked like Agent Smith from The Matrix. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Yeah, I would love to get a lifetime pass at Disneyland and just do the show from there. But I can't negotiate a good signal. I'm going to have to contact them and see if we can get a better, a faster internet signal, because I can't do a show from Disneyland. But wouldn't that be great to live at Disneyland? Well, for 8 hours a day, you'd have to go live in the outlying area of Buena Park. And the rest of the time, you go to Disneyland. So, there goes my signal. I'm still up. I did not even I couldn't get a decent connection there. Yeah, but then if I'm using a self-service and I have to hold the cell phone away from my system, it's a big setup. Yeah, I'd rather just Wi-Fi up to a local signal. But if for an annual pass at Disneyland, the cost is amazing. If you are suffering, your family's suffering from, say a kid in your family has autism and you don't know what to do with them. The annual pass at Disneyland seems like a really good value, in my opinion. Let's see what it costs. cost. Cost of annual pass. Vacation suites. Hyatt Regency. I should have more information quicker. This is an incorrect search engine. I am recommending better search engines for their annual pass. Yeah, I think it's like $2,000. But wouldn't that be amazing to just spend your time, all the time, 11 days, 360, yeah. Right, if you're going to the theme parks for more than 11 days in a 365-day period, it's worth it. How much is the down payment? It's only $159 to just get the down payment. Yeah. The whole passport is $1,439. Now, if I spent 16 hours a day at Disneyland, broadcasting, live casting, from any location, it's only $1,439 a year for me to go there. I mean, that's a hell of a deal. Just to live in, like, I could live in the, the treehouse, Robinson Crusoe treehouse. I could, like, sleep in one of the corners going, hey, how you doing, man? Oh, yeah, I'm just live casting from here. This is my annual pass, man. Yeah, you got to go check out the Dumbo ride, man. Oh, they got rid of that. That was back in 1975. No, seriously. It'd be great. But it turns out people are spending a lot of time with their kids, and autistic kids especially. When we were there, we saw one autistic kid ride around 57 times on It's a Small World. And if you've been to It's a Small World, it's still the same ride. It's a small world after all. And this poor guy, I mean, it's so funny. Everybody there knows about him. He spends his days, and they give him his own car just to go, because nobody really spends a lot of time with that ride. But I could be on that car, or any car like it, doing the show. So it's a good deal to think about broadcasting 24/7 from an annual pass. I just have to find a place to sleep 8 hours a day. And I'm wondering, maybe 7-Eleven has like a dumpster in the back I could just hang out under with a sleeping bag. Just a thought. You hate theme parks, really? Well, for some people, it's a cure for depression. I met a lot of people on their rides that were absolutely, they were happy. I don't know how fake that happiness was, but man, when you go to Disneyland, everybody's having a good time. How can you not be happy? It's like, hey, there's Dave on the rides. Oh yeah, he's a regular here at Disneyland now. Anaheim is a big tent city for you. Yeah, no, they got rid of that. Over there by the aqueduct. Oh yeah, they gutted that place. Everybody who had their tent was completely wiped out. We did a study of the tent city in Anaheim, and it's not pretty. There are a lot of people who are homeless, and now they don't have any place to go because they're getting kicked out of Tustin and Anaheim. Homeless in Anaheim will feature.
What's going on, everybody?
Check this out.
I hate to do this, but today I got a pretty disturbing video for you. It's not disturbing because there's any kind of crazy violence in it or anything like that, but it's disturbing because this is a scene from Anaheim, California that looks like it's a scene from a third world country.
Yeah.
Now, this video is shot on a bike path or just a walking path in Anaheim, California, right by where the Anaheim Angels play and where the Anaheim Mighty Ducks play, and it's pretty horrific to look at, man. I mean,
wow. You get a bicycle ride going through here. Wow. A lot of these have been torn down, but they're still coming. They'll pop right back up. People are not getting help who are homeless. It's true. One of the problems in our country is the Democrats haven't done anything with the homeless problems in cities like San Francisco, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, LA, Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz has a really bad homeless problem. Even Santa Barbara is starting to have a problem. All these cities have never really addressed the problem, and we've got people who are supposedly caring about the homeless in the Democratic Party, because the Republicans don't care. They'll just drive over their bodies, and it's like, what's that lump in the back?
Oh, I bet I was one of those homeless people. Oh, yeah. Screw them. They should get a job.
I think homeless people are a pretty sad lot of people, but we got to do something for them. I don't think we're doing anything for them currently. And that's why I'm recommending that we have mobile service units to provide, you know, basic solutions for their problems. Yeah, we kind of introduced the idea of a mobile service unit that would provide, you know, kiosk type of units that would provide people access to bathrooms. There are portable bathrooms that can come with these units. We could have mailboxes. We could also have washers and dryers and have the full 18-wheeler set up with a, you know, and we definitely should provide Wi-Fi hookups for people as well as charging centers that run on solar panels. So something like a mobile service unit like that would be ideal for helping homeless people, I think. So we could mass produce these. At the very minimum, provide people with a basic safety net for survival in America. I don't think we have that right now. I think the Democrats are finagling money like they're doing at Washington. They're trying to claim that they're going to have another tax on the rich. But the guy that we've got, our Governor Inslee, he's completely lost on how he's going to get that tax funded. He claims it's going to be a capital gains tax on the rich. Companies making over $1 million a year would pay 10%. That's $90,000 or 9%. So $90,000 would come out of these people to fund the homeless problem. Problem is, it's an income tax, and you cannot institute an income tax in the state of Washington without a referendum and approval of the entire state. So we have laws preventing this governor from doing what he says he's going to do. He hasn't been able to pull it from the existing budget, and that's why our systems are unable to flex. Most of these democratically led governments don't know how to take from Paul to pay for Peter. Or they don't know how to cut back on unnecessary programs that are connected to their reelection campaign to finance the homeless problem. My local area is a classic example. They're putting in a massive park. It's going to have 2 amphitheaters. They're spending virtually $142 million on a septic system right near the park. Oh, that's where I want to go. I want to hang out by the septic system. Yeah, this is going to be great. Sure. We have a festival here every year, a music festival, so they're going to put that in the park. That's not a bad idea. But the park itself used to have showers that were coin operated for 75 cents a shower. People were able to take showers for I seriously doubt they're going to have those. So all the homeless people in my area are going to stink like you know what walking around. I would make sure we'd have showers for people too. I can't believe we're treating people like dogs in a country that says we're making America great again. What kind of weed is Donald Trump smoking? But I know he doesn't smoke weed. He does something else, right? Okay. Yes, I heard that our iBlog groups are struggling. Consider iBlog a filtered elite group to chat in now, Miney. And Vaughn, more of the generic, anybody can come on in and chat. I read your chat just as much as I would over there, but Scissorfight has total control, and he's a super op. And that we've given him that because of his participation in our organization, donating music, and he's been very generous. As far as he's even developed these amazing pens that he makes with a lathe. Look at those. And he sent us these pens. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, see, he cares. He sent me a lapel mic, which I'm going to try on my digital audio tape recorder. Look at that. Plus the music he provides, it's just incredible. I mean, take one song, for instance, that he's done. I consider it one of his better ones. Yeah, just all of the music he provides, you can get it at coolrock.com. At the top, just click the Scissor Fights button. But it's phenomenal, the amount of effort he puts in. So he has the right to super op, that's why we give him that right. I don't think he's abusing his ops at all. But he came up with a couple of great songs, and we're playing them. Like, Are You Ready? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Scissor Fight. All right. Anyway, great music. Check it out at coolrock.com. At the top of the thing, click his button. You'll see all his great stuff. Okay, what do you got, Howie?
Yeah.
A mice infestation at Domino's. Let's take a look. Inquiring minds need to know, otherwise we're not informed. So let's get informed.
Where is it? Domino's. Right shit. Mice.
Okay, so this is a small case of rat poop in one isolated situation. So don't blame every Domino's for that, right? Free pickup service, auto repair, really? Try us once, you'll never go anywhere again. That is kind of funny. Mana washer, $100, owned by clean bachelor who seldom washed. A Mana, okay. These are pretty interesting little clips. This would be like Johnny Carson stuff. The Great Karnak. I'm not Johnny Carson. And Ed is not here. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Russian Navy has a new weapon that makes targets hallucinate, vomit. Uh-oh. You notice how Vladimir Putin is seeming more aggressive nowadays, talking about creating weapons? And yeah, what's going on? Do you think he's not getting a little, you know, something on the side from his Wendy Dang girlfriend? I think they broke up. I think Vladimir needs not possible new girlfriend. Stop being such a warmonger, Mr. Vladimir. Russian Navy has new weapon that makes targets hallucinate, vomit report. I'd like to vomit the report.
The Russian Navy reportedly has a new weapon that can disrupt the eyesight of targets as well as make them hallucinate and vomit. Russian state news agency RIA Novosti reported that a Russian military contractor has installed the weapon on 2 Russian warships. The weapon fires a beam similar to a strobe light that affects the target's eyesight, making it more difficult for them to aim at night. During testing, volunteers reportedly used rifles and guns to shoot targets that were protected by the weapon. The volunteers reported having trouble aiming because they couldn't see.
Yeah, sounds like they're up to no good, you know. Luckily for us, we've got a dangerous weapon that the government just acquired. 57 pounds of fentanyl. Did you hear about that bust that occurred? Now, it happened at the border, and it was a Border Patrol agent that actually intercepted it, but the Democrats are saying, oh, but it didn't happen in one of those areas that people are saying are wide open. It was an actual checkpoint that somebody was carrying the fentanyl in. Now, apparently fentanyl, 57 pounds of fentanyl, could actually kill millions of people. So, yeah, there's a lot of serious concern that this drug, which is being mass-produced and created originally by a company that wanted to keep pushing opioids and ended up killing 65,000 people already, or more. We're seeing this dangerous weapon now in the possession of the DEA. You know, we're sitting on a toxic situation here that could be turned into a dirty bomb. So we have to be very careful about what we're doing with that kind of a thing. So if I were our government right now, I'd put an immediate lockdown on every single, you know, thing the DEA has, especially this fentanyl. It's more dangerous than anything. It's terrible. Even a small amount will kill everybody in a water population. So we've got a serious problem. I think we should ban it myself. I don't know how you feel about it, but I think fentanyl should be banned. We should tell doctors to allow Percocets and Vicodins to be freely distributed. So it really kind of changes the dimension if we just tell doctors, hey, don't worry about people who are addicted to these drugs. It's better than the alternative, which is fentanyl overdoses. But we're getting no traction whatsoever from Kellyanne Conway. She supposedly is the woman who's dealing with opioids. You know, she's Trump's advisor on opioids. And I'm wondering, do we really think that Kellyanne Conway can handle, you know, the subject of opioids when she herself looks like she's already on them? I mean, seriously. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. How did she get her job? You know, you got to wonder. It's like, come on. Oh, Donald, I know your kneeling pad is ready for me, but I'm a married woman. I told you, Donald, I can't do that. Is my mascara on too thick? I don't know. How the hell did she get a job? Let alone a law degree. Remember when divorce was cheap?
I'm station manager Dan Aykroyd. During the past few weeks in Los Angeles, actor Lee Marvin and his former live-in companion Michelle Triola Marvin have been in court to...
You know, they're going to monetize me on that. It's Jane, you ignorant slut. Yeah, they'll monetize me on that. I'll play it later, though. I love it. I love Dan Aykroyd as a comedian. He's one of the best. Very, very nice, talented guy. Unlike John Belushi, who had zero talent whatsoever. All I'm telling you, that was Kellyanne Conway. You don't even know who President Trump has on his staff. You're that out of it. Badger Waxer, what's wrong with you, man? She's like famous, dude. She's like a really big advisor to the president, man. You know, like, you don't even know who she is, you know? Anyway. She looks like she's on some serious, like, mood elevators and relaxers. I mean, and I don't think it's Botox. There's something going on here, girl. Yeah, you go, girl. She is definitely the one Trump put in charge of opioids. I don't know, man. I'm beginning to think she may be on them. Oxycontin much? Fred Garvin, male prostitute. I like that, Dan Aykroyd, yeah. Dan Aykroyd played a male prostitute in Saturday Night Live. His name was Fred Garvin, male prostitute. Or the it slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of coleslaw. The Bass-O-Matic. I thought that was funny too. But that was back when Saturday Night Live actually was funny. Okay, there's a fad going around, and apparently somebody's pushing it in our show. The celery juice fad. The new health miracle? Now, I know that Howie would not like this celery juice. He hates celery whenever I cook with it. He says, don't use celery. But the green stuff is having a moment in the spotlight. But is it all it's cracked up to be? She drinks it every morning, model Miranda Kerr. Greatest healing tonic of all time. Wow. Healing eczema. No kidding. I should tell that to a lady in my area. Huh. She says suffers from severe eczema. Well, you know, if you're going to get celery, get organic. Otherwise, you're getting Roundup. A lot of that celery that's genetically modified sucks Roundup into its stock. While the weeds die around it, it's got Roundup ready celery. So I would not be drinking it unless it's actually organic. Yeah, well, when you look rough, you don't know where to look. Pope Francis condemns the misery of war in a historic trip to the Arab Peninsula. The problem is nobody listens to Pope Francis anymore, since he won't actually condemn pedophiles in the church that he's actually operating. Yeah, he's afraid to condemn Cardinal McCarrick for molesting 2 boys, and now he's become virtually irrelevant in my mind, and certainly not in God's eyes. No God in my world would ever allow pedophiles in Pittsburgh and Boston, Dubai. Wait a second. Aren't there allegations of pedophilia in... Oh, hello. Hello, yes. Visit the children. There he is, visiting the children again in Saudi Arabia. Ah, yes. The Pope and the children. There should be a book. Pope Francis and the children. I don't know. Howie, you're now talking... I asked not to talk about women. Now you're talking about... Jeez. Potty humor, Howie? Seriously? where does your bar of humor start, Howie? Because you are falling way down in the bottom of the rail. You're almost up there with, Sam Kinison and body fart jokes from James Carrey. I mean, that's probably funny to you, right? Jim Carrey, the man formerly known as Jim Carrey. Well, Jim Carrey doesn't exist anymore, as you know. He has been replaced. He himself said he doesn't exist. I believe that there could have been some plastic surgery done, and he may have just dropped off the face of the earth. Jim Carrey is world renowned for his humor when he was funny, but now he's no longer funny. We find that Jim Carrey takes himself too seriously now. He's writing artwork. He has an online presence that you don't know about. But I think it's important to know that Jim Carrey doesn't have to be Jim Carrey anymore. He can be somebody else. Yeah. It's kind of nice to be able to put your identity behind you. Why doesn't Jim Carrey try to be me? Jim, if you're watching, try to be me. You gotta be me. You've gotta be me. That's right, that great song, You Gotta Be Me. You should be me, Jim. It would give him a quick way out of that civil case of his. He's facing civil charges for what happened to his girlfriend. Horrible. She ended up killing herself over finding out that he had herpes. It's horrible. Can you imagine? I can't imagine, but maybe there was something else to that other than herpes. I don't know. He banged Jenny McCarthy? Really? He should have known about that, yeah. Jeez, who would have banged her? I don't even know who Jenny McCarthy is. Hawaii considers a ban on cigarette sales. Oh, this will go over real well with the Hawaiians.
Don't get caught in the fog.
We track the fog so you get where you're going safely.
With the ABC 30 Fog Tracker. Foggy day school delays always at the bottom of your screen and on abc30.com/fog. The ABC 30 Fog Tracker, only on Action News.
Glad you're waking up with us. It is now 7:20. Hawaii now flirting with the idea of becoming the first state to ban the sale of cigarettes. Lawmakers are proposing that cigarette sales would effectively end by 2024. The ban would go into effect progressively starting next year by raising the minimum wage for buying cigarettes from 21 to the age of 30. 2 years later, no one under 100 would be allowed to buy cigarettes.
Wow, really? David, I heard earlier that, thank you, somebody's saying some bad things about me, and I want to say, I want to stop any slanderous statements about Jenny McCarthy in our show, okay? I was very offended. And as part of the Me Too generation, I would consider Howie a very offensive person and should be struck from the show. All right, man. Enough of this transgenderism stuff, I just can't get over how many people are falling into this transgender world. It's like that's all they think about. Okay, what do you want to talk about? Other than BS crap from Hawaii wanting to ban cigarette sales. What a joke. Ask me about fall if you got 90 minutes for a rambling grasp at straws exposition of Paul and Paul McCartney. It's a wonderful topic we take on, but it's not 90 minutes. I've condensed it down to 90 seconds. Yes, so we can talk about fall in 90 seconds or less. When do you want to start? NASA discovered a new planet covered with marijuana. That's very funny. You should write for Jimmy Kimmel. He'd love that kind of humor. Yeah. I think Jimmy Kimmel's funny at times, kind of, not really. Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there. We can pull them up at any time. Here's Jimi Hendrix and Jim Morrison and Bruce Lee all hanging together. You may be cool, but you'll never be Bruce Lee, Jim Morrison, and Jimi Hendrix all banging at the same frickin' party. Cool. Look at that. That was cool. That's when cool was first developed. But you can still hang out at my website. Yes. The one I created for you. Yep, we have this cool website to watch our show if you ever want to see it. It's what I think is the best place to hang out when I have nothing to do. And I even go on there at night when I would love to go on there every day just to hang out and doodle. You know, we've got a doodling thing. Let me show it to you. It's a website called Cool Rock.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
All right, so we're going to take a look at the site, and I was telling you about Scissor Fight's link right up the top. You can look at here. It's this site is unlike anything on the internet. You can move anything around. It's yours to play with. This amazing backbone of Scraplet.com gives us the ability to do this, and this is a wonderful site. Here's Scissor Fight's music button right here. Takes them to all kinds of music, all royalty-free and wonderful listening pleasure music. I mean, we're talking amazing talent here. We're very lucky to have him in our show. He's one of the, I think he is the best audio editor I've ever seen. And I've been in broadcasting news. I've been in all aspects of radio and television. And I can tell you, I have never seen a more natural audio editor than Scissor Fight. So he's got that, and we've got our YouTube library up here if you want to look at 15,000, 20,000 hours of broadcasting. It's all back to 2008 when we started. And over here is a new button, Web Oasis, right here. And this thing opens up to a fantastic website. It's just a vista of information. You've got links to torrents, actually all of these torrents sites that are, you know, kind of out there for techie people. You've got things that are great for entertainment like Spotify, SoundCloud, Netflix, everything there, Hulu, all your link buttons are there. Discord, Twitter, 4chan, social networking, Reddit for forums and blogs. I mean, we're talking every single forum and blog out there. I mean, this is like a font of information. And then you've even got all kinds of device tools for coding, Cloudflare, DevDocs. And then over here, you've got your news, Google News, Drudge Report, Reuters. Then great stuff for image manipulation and storage, Instagram. And over here, Amazon, PayPal, everything you'd ever want for shopping. And all kinds of fun stuff. And it's just amazing, this site. I discovered it from Chatroom Celebrity. He helped us with that. But then I go back to Cool Rock, and then you've got, if you click the Adobe Allow, you've got iVlog, and you can play video while you're watching our show. And again, you can get rid of anything you want. You can ditch the ads. There's no ads, actually. It's pretty fun. And you can watch 2 chat rooms at the same time on your screen. If you go to full screen and then move it over, you can watch. You can enter the room over here at iVlog, and you've got the other chat room on the other side. And then we've got cool things where you can actually play with, interact with a computer. It's fun. Well, the notes coming back are AI driven. The site's called coolrock.com. And I have the site up and running. It's my flagship site I created a long time ago. Yeah, you just have to go to this link right here. But if it doesn't open up for you, it's because we're running it on an HTTPS. We're running on an HTTP call letter. So some of you your site people are locking out Cool Rock. Fat woman on a scooter? Okay, that'll be great later. I can't play that Born to Be Wild song or they'll monetize me, Howie, you know that. And over here is a really cool site that's embedded into the Cool Rock thing, which is Mr. Doob. And Mr. Doob is just an amazing art collection. You have fun with art. Say you want to work with various images. You like just playing with the cursor. That's a kind of an eclipse maker there. That's cool. Let me see. This is a cloud thing that's kind of gives you a cloud background to kind of play with. It's just fun stuff to play with on screen. Or you can make music with this thing over here. All right, so All Sides gives us complete access to Washington Post, Super Bowl, everything. And apparently we're having some problems accessing a web page here in our library. So maybe we lost America's Library. I'll replace it with something else. That's weird. I'm getting a null image on that one. All right, so that gives you a tour of coolrock.com. Next is the story. Okay. Okay, this story came in tonight. It says Democrats troll Trump with State of the Union guests. So let's take a look at this. I haven't seen this news clip yet. I'm watching it with you.
Ahead of the big speech, teasing a big reveal, or maybe more than one, but he's keeping details under wraps.
We'll be looking at a national emergency.
Right, I think we're live anyway.
It's going to happen. I think the Democrats don't want border security. And listen closely to the State of the Union. I think you'll find it very exciting.
Rich Edson's live at the White House this morning. Rich, that's a big setup. Good morning.
Yeah, it is, Sandra. Good morning. And senior administration officials says the president's message will be that politicians can end the stalemate in Washington. They can build new coalitions, though many of the old divisions still remain. They'll be on display tomorrow night as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is seated behind President Trump, and Democrats and Republicans continue to argue over how to fund border security.
I think that she was very rigid, which I would expect, but I think she's very bad for our country. She knows that you need a barrier. She's costing the country hundreds of billions of dollars, because what's happening is when you have a porous border, she's doing a terrible disservice to our country.
The president speaking on CBS about House Speaker Nancy Pelosi there. He has said he could declare a national emergency and unilaterally divert government funds to build a wall if congressional negotiators fail to figure out a deal on border security before some of the federal government shuts down again on February 15th. In that CBS News interview, the president says he doesn't take anything off the table. The White House is also expected to soon announce the location and date for a second summit between President Trump and Kim Jong-un. The president told CBS that we'd find out those details during tomorrow's State of the Union address or before, that there's a very good chance he and Kim will reach a deal, and that he likes Kim and they have fantastic chemistry.
Wait a second. He has fantastic chemistry with a guy who's killed 350 people outright. He ordered the death of his uncle, who they allegedly fed to the dogs. Ordered the death of his girlfriend and 16 other people. That's the kind of guy Trump, and he gets along with him and Duterte. So isn't that a clue as to what kind of person Trump is? I mean, he likes mass murderers. Duterte's killed 6,500 people without a trial. Many of them selling marijuana in Manila. Okay. Yeah, they're going to try to score political points. I think Nancy Pelosi needs to fund the fence for $5.7 billion. I don't know what the problem is. Nancy, fund the fence. Give Donald what he wants. Come on. It's no big deal. She's just holding out because this is her big hurrah in life. Otherwise, she's just going to be spending time in an Alzheimer's clinic, you know, deciding whether to have the Jell-O or the pudding. It's time for your dinner. Would you like a special dessert, Nancy? Jell-O or pudding? Well, Jell-O will be deemed politically incorrect if it's associated with Bill Cosby, so she'd probably go with pudding. But she could be our president, too. Life could get worse. Just imagine that. Fat woman in the Walmart on a scooter is not something we want to show people. That is ridiculous, Howie. Seriously. Fat shaming now? This guy, it's just, what's wrong with you? Do you have a political thought in your head, or are you just out to look at people and make fun of them? Yes, Kim killed his brother, his uncle, his girlfriend, and Donald likes him a lot. That's what we're dealing with. Muddy Waters and the Rolling Stones. Live at the Checkerboard Lounge. We'll play that 11-minute clip tonight. See how far we can get through it. Yeah, that'll be fun. Muddy Waters and the Rolling Stones. I used to know a woman who hung out with the Rolling Stones. Yeah, her name was Pumpkin Pie. And she grew up in Redondo. And she actually visited her in her apartment. She showed me her wall, covered with pictures of the Rolling Stones. And I was like, dang, girl, how'd you become such a roadie? And she said, well, she was just so well liked, and they used to stop whenever they did a tour in LA. They'd stop at her house. And she had a drive-through parking lot in the front where they could park their limo. And everybody partied at her house, so it was kind of funny. Pumpkin Pie, isn't that a cool name? She was a really nice young lady. Yeah, I met her, 20 years ago. I hope she's doing okay. A roadie for the Stones. I was very impressed. She had pictures of herself on the wall with Keith Richards and, Mick Jagger, and I didn't see anything else but those two. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think a lot of those girls, were in rock girls back then, were pretty together individuals to have rock stars party with them, Yeah, okay. Trump planning and pulling out of the nuclear weapons pact with Russia. The Intermediate Nuclear Force Treaty the INF Treaty has been not renegotiated since Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev. Remember when Gorbachev was told by Ronald Reagan, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Well, apparently they tore down the intermediate nuclear range capabilities of both of our countries, which I applaud Ronald Reagan for doing. But now we've got Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin pretending like they're going to have a little match of our power structure. But when you look at it this way, that Donald is actually working for Putin. That's why he didn't say anything about the recent announcement that Putin has a weapon that can go 27 times the speed of sound, a missile. It indicates to me that Donald is just a mouthpiece, just a figurehead, really. Putin is getting away with unbelievable atrocities when you look at the number of things he's done since the INF Treaty was signed originally. So I don't really blame Donald for not signing it, but it seems more like Putin would want Donald not to sign it. I was expecting Donald to put it out there to the UN that we would be willing to sign a new one and force Putin back to the bargaining table. But if Putin really does own Donald and have the goods on him, sex selfie or whatever, then Putin would not want us to sign or even promote an INF treaty, because he wants to have weapons that can kill the entire world and threaten the entire world. That's what Putin wants. That's the guy we're dealing with, Putin. And if you look at what he's up to, meddling in the Brexit vote, meddling in our U.S. election, how can Trump even begin to think that we don't think he's colluding? Trump won't even have recorded broadcasts or any kind of recorded message or notes taken during their meetings. And he just had a meeting last week with Putin privately. It's unbelievable. And it's all going on right before the American people's eyes. It's like we're being hoodwinked by a man who's working for Putin because he was really greedy and he needed loans from Russian oligarchs. That's what America seems like right now, right here, in my eyes. In real time. Well, Trump has had a very, he's been catered to. He's had a life of golden spoons. He's a guy who got everything he ever wanted. And now he doesn't understand why he can't get everything like a wall. He won't even call it a fence, but he says he doesn't care what he calls it, but he won't use the word fence. Because for about 5 years ahead of Trump, I was promoting the 1,000-mile fence. Yep. Kind of amazing, isn't it? He doesn't like the word fence. Okay, moving on. Trump's inaugural committee has been ordered to hand over documents to federal investigators. Okay, finally making some progress. I certainly hope that the recent acquisition of Roger Stone's documents has gotten Mueller back on track, because he seemed like he's not doing his job. Investigators are seeking to subpoena Trump's inaugural committee over documents that they were getting, financial documents. This dates to the Maria Butina arrest and subsequent plea agreement, a Russian woman that was sent here from Moscow to manipulate our election process. We believe that the inaugural committee may very well have documents, money donated from Russia. If that's the case, it would certainly uncover the Russian collusion right there, wouldn't it? All right. Okay, Trump's Iraq comment prompts confusion and condemnation. Let's see what this is. Trump's suggestion the U.S. would use a base in Iraq as a means to watch Iran evoked
Despite calling the Iraq war one of the greatest mistakes our country has ever made, President Trump says he is inclined to keep U.S. troops there so that he can keep an eye on Iran. And he also admitted he doesn't agree with his intel chiefs who say Iran is abiding by the nuclear deal. Listen.
Being in Iraq was a mistake. Okay, being in Iraq, it was a big mistake to go. One of the greatest mistakes going into the Middle East that our country has ever made. One of the greatest mistakes that we've ever made.
But you want to keep troops there now.
When it was chosen, well, we spent a fortune on building this incredible base.
Exactly.
We might as well keep it. And one of the reasons I want to keep it is because I want to be looking a little bit at Iran, because Iran is a real problem.
Whoa, that's news. You're keeping troops in Iraq because you want to be able to strike in Iran?
No, because I want to be able to watch Iran. All I want to do is be able to watch.
I want to move.
Now, this isn't even a story. This is a dialogue I've had for the past 8-9 years toward Iraq. We maintain, in fact, Trump is parroting exactly what I've been saying for 10 years. And now CNN is working him over like he's doing something wrong. There's nothing wrong with keeping our bases in Iraq. And I agree with Trump, because it's my idea. Iran has been violating their treaty that they signed, and Barack Obama and John Kerry should never have signed that treaty. It cost our country $155 billion. It was the stupidest thing we ever did. Well, actually, Trump giving tax breaks to the rich for $5.5 trillion and the Republicans following suit. That's just crazy. But yeah, we're losing money left and right, but we need to keep the infrastructure solid in Iraq. We've proven that if we pull out of Iraq like Barack Obama did, it leads to mayhem and disorganization. So I actually am shocked that CNN is this hard on Trump on issues that remain solid in our favor. It does make me think that CNN has got an ulterior motive to somehow make us a pawn of the Iranians. It's weird. I mean, I stand behind using Iraq as a base, and I think it's perfectly normal. Okay, Medicare for All is going to cost a tremendous amount of money to all of the tax-paying working adults in America. We have Medicaid for All right now. Yeah. So, I mean, you people who are pushing this Medicare for All, we have Medicaid for All now. So, I don't know what your deal is. If we up to the amount of money we're putting into Medicare right now to where you want to go, it's going to cost $40 trillion more. We don't have that kind of money. We do, however, have a great plan to lower the cost of health care with mobile medical units in every city. And that's something I've been pitching. Our mobile medical unit idea is a great way to get people basic health care at much lower cost than currently cost clinics to fix and help you. Triage, preventative care, these kinds of things will be getting. If you want, you can go here, or you can go to your clinic. We're not trying to replace the private healthcare system like Kamala Harris is. She wants to get rid of all private healthcare insurers. That's ridiculous. That's pure communism, and it's not going to help our country in any way. Competition will help, and if the government can produce a public option and compete with private insurers, guarantee there's going to be some competition. And I guarantee the rates in private insurers will go down. Guaranteed. Thank you. I know, most people don't have. 1 in 3 GoFundMes are for medical bills. There's 70 million people in America uninsured at all. I stand for those people. I will back those people. I'm one of them. Yeah, I don't even like doctors. I'm extremely anti-healthcare. I want people to get healthcare, but not expensive healthcare. I'm anti-current healthcare system. I really am convinced that a lot of these people who die in hospitals are not necessarily that sick when they go in there. Every year, 250,000 people die because of bad hospital techniques, staph infections. 1 million people come down with staph infections a year. 250,000 people die. So we need a brand new system of healthcare, and I'm proposing that these mobile medical units could be used, integrated into our local VA system. Every VA could have a bunch of telemedicine vehicles, all contributing video feeds to a central command center, and we can revamp the VA too. The VA is not nice right now. We need to do something with that, make it better. I'm for giving Trump, 5.7 if he actually read intelligence briefings. Well, the reality is the border crisis is not going to get any better over time. There's no way we're going to be solving the problem of potential population bursts from that area without a wall. So what I'm proposing is a container fence for $1 billion. This idea would provide 2 layers of containers. We place them in there, we lock them, we interlock them with pegs that go at the bottom and the top. And these pegs are fully available. We can connect this fence very easily. It's like wood blocks when you're a kid. But the container fence could only cost $1 billion. And I think that savings would be enough to get the Democrats to agree. Otherwise, everyone would look at the Democrats and go, what are you, cheap? But Trump's not supporting this idea, and I'm even welcoming him to steal the idea. He's not supporting it because he doesn't really want to, he wants to help cronies like CEMEX get money for building it. Yeah, no porta potties for the lines of people who need to take dumps. We'll have that for everybody. Every one of these mobile medical units will have porta potties next to them. Absolutely. Count on it. I plan on having a little trailer with porta potties on board. Nice ones too, not just chemical ones. Yeah, they're making really nice portable bathroom units, but the problem I'm having is not a lot of them are wheelchair friendly. The really nice ones. I believe a fence is necessary. Well, cutting any and all programs incentivizing illegal immigration and heavily punish and shutter businesses and corporations that hire will definitely help. But Blauschwert, I agree with you on all those points. Prosecuting people who hire illegals is definitely a good move. But if we ignore the border, remember the population growth south of the border is 31% every year. We can't afford to absorb the growing population in Mexico that can't work. We're doing that right now, and it's bad. We have a 0 population growth except for our 5% growth rate due to illegal aliens. So, well, yeah, I don't think we need to worry about the fence. We have a 700-mile fence. Trump should just say, yeah, let's fortify the 700-mile fence. We'll start with that. But he doesn't know how to negotiate. He wrote The Art of the Deal, but he doesn't even understand it because he didn't write The Art of the Deal. Tony Schwartz did. Donald Trump hired Tony Schwartz to write The Art of the Deal. So Donald really doesn't know how to make a deal. He's never compromised on anything. He usually just doesn't pay people. That's a tradition in Donald Trump's life. You look back on the history of Donald Trump, you'll find that he avoids paying a lot of his workers. And now we find out that he's been hiring 18 illegal aliens he just fired this week. They've been working for 2 years, illegal aliens working for him. It's crazy. Okay, Sarah's here.
I was going to show you this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good. All right, sounds like a plan. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Icy, they say.
Very icy, yeah. Everything's dangerous out here.
Snowy. It snowed today. It's icy.
It is. It's very cold. We should put a Winter Wonderland background to match
we
our.
should.
Let's do that.
It is. It's like what our backyard looks like. I should have just taken a picture today.
No, I think we got something here that would be adequate.
Yeah, I'm sure we do.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty bad. We've got, you know, space heaters on in every room, and we're barely able to keep it at 65. It's just so cold outside right now. And that's 20 degrees. You people in the Midwest have had way worse than that. But we're complaining.
I don't really like this though. Actually, today it was kind of nice when the sun came out when it was snowing.
It was. It's bright. It's really white out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking for
I don't know how many days
Ice Age.
there are.
I've got that one, the Ice Age one.
Yeah, there's another one you have. I thought though it's like icy forest or something, but maybe not.
Yeah. Rocky.
That one's Snowfall.
There we go.
Well, I wasn't. I don't know about that, but sure.
No, actually, it'll stop the video signal.
Well, can you not play it? Oh, it's a GIF, so.
Yeah, I wish I could. You can't stop the GIF. Once it's going, it goes. Starry, starry night. This is always the iciest. This is actually an iceberg that flipped over in Antarctica.
Wow.
Recently. I mean, within the past year, this iceberg flipped over, and yeah, that typifies ice. So Sarah can have that behind here. And we'll put a blue text mark around that. Okay. And maybe blue coloring there.
Maybe, yeah, make the coloring blue. That's a good idea. Yeah, that looks good.
All right. Thank you.
Good job, David.
Thank you.
There's, yeah, I did the weather in here. I programmed it sometime so you just have to do ! weather and Vaughn, and it comes up with my weather. And it's 25.1 degree Fahrenheit. Feels like 19 degrees Fahrenheit. Misanthropy. Thank goodness Sarah's here. And Drowsy says, Sarah's here. I know you love David. I love David too. He's such a great guy. He's so fun. I thought my voice was getting better, but obviously there's trails of, maybe I've let it dry out or something, because there's still the trails of that laryngitis kicking around or something. Does the background make me feel colder? Maybe a little bit, but I'm right next to a heater right here, so that makes me feel warm. Does it make you guys feel colder? That's the thing. I can put on a warmer background for you. Full of pep. It's good to be full of pep. There's a knot tying book. I have not read a knot tying book. I'm doing really good today though, because this weekend's, well, I don't know what day it was, but this weekend I submitted my penultimate task for my master's degree. And at first I got it sent back to me saying I had to change something and resubmit it, but then I was thinking about it and thinking, well, what if they do say I need to resubmit? What should I do? And I knew exactly what I needed to fix. So I spent like an hour, maybe an hour and a half fixing what I needed to fix, and then resubmitted it, and then that passed. My task passed. And I had already been working on my final task. I didn't put in one of these, a chart full of data. So like I put in like the averages and how they change before and after, but I didn't put in like the data of every single person and how I calculated the averages. So I had to put in like a couple more tables and explain those tables. Let me see. I will let you know, and I have to look it up. Oh, it's not. No, I was looking up something, but that's not what I wanted to look up. Did I see that? The Daily Show response to Trump's global warming tweet? No, I haven't seen that. Where would it be? Let's see. Okay, that's coming up. So depending on the years of salary and whatever, and I don't think I have 90 credits. Some of them are pretty close. But from a bachelor's, if it was just a bachelor's to a master's, it could jump up nearly 9,000. If I had a bachelor's plus 90, it would stay at that, but I think I have like probably like 3,000. It'll jump up. Do I feel guilty about being overeducated when so many are undereducated? No, because I'm going to educate you on how you should get educated. The most affordable education that I think out there is community college, and then a place like Washington Governors University. It sounds like a vicious cycle to get educated. But the thing about, is this really education or training? It's through a college, so they would call it education, but it's the degree I'm getting in is about curriculum design and instruction, so it's being able to write curriculum. I have learned a lot from that. And it's also about integrating technology into the instruction. And I have definitely learned a lot about technology, well, as far as how technology relates to education. But it's more about the legal aspects of technology that I've learned about. Well, I think I do feel, Ticken, as though I've peaked this year. I really feel like some people are like, you've peaked, and people are like, I haven't peaked. I still have a lot to offer. And I'm more like, yeah, I have peaked. This is pretty nice. I should enjoy the view while I'm up here. And then also, it's like, speaking of peaking, in the past, before I turned 40, I always felt like I've had to climb some kind of ladder, just keep going up. Like, for my career wise, I always felt like I needed to look for bigger, better opportunities. And now, like, there's nothing wrong with teaching for 20 years. So, not that I think I've gotten to a, not just peaked and then go down, but peaked and then plateau. Yes, a lot of that is, my master's was kind of like that, being able to be an educator to educate other educators on educating. Yes, I will say I have found contentment. Yeah, I felt, even though this was a difficult year in some ways, no, most of it was actually really amazing. Well, I went to Disneyland this year. I never had been to Disneyland. Haha, True Blue, that was funny. I've achieved a lot this year. I think about, what do I want to achieve next? Other than like studying math for my own enjoyment, that's about all I want to do next. This is as far as I want to go. Sometimes it is. I've only peaked professionally, yes, not my personal life. It's just professionally, I do feel like I've reached where I want to be professionally. In the past, I thought maybe I want to get a degree to become a principal. And it's so funny, I just found out a good friend of mine is a principal, and she she just became a principal because of certain circumstances. But anyway, I decided about a year ago that maybe becoming a principal wasn't what I wanted to do. You think it's time for me to move further, push harder, demand more from the system? I think it's time for me to continue on my path of learning what I want to learn. There's a lot I do want to learn. Like, I wouldn't mind learning more about IT, but part of me, it's always funny because whenever I've been going through education, like when I went through my bachelor's, now this master's, it's like the last 3 months, no, actually I want to say 5 months, it's like the hardest time to get through it. It's just like since September, it's become very difficult. There's the good thing though, is I know that there's always a lot more to learn, and I do want to learn more, but then part of me just wants to sit and appreciate where I'm at too. I don't think peak is the right word. I think it's plateau. And because when you're on a plateau, you can see so wide and you can stay on top of that plateau for a really long time. So yeah, I think I'm going to change the word from peaked to plateaued. I'm like I've achieved the ultimate. It's more like, that's the thing. It's not like when you peaked at something, it's time to move on. It's more like I've achieved the ultimate goal that I really want. And it's actually, and I always thought it might be something totally different than what I'm doing, but I've found where I should be professionally. That's quite a mustache. Yeah, I found my comfort spot. But in some ways, it's been, part of this comfort spot has been pushing myself so much to find till the point where I wasn't comfortable. Because there's I've actually had to step down, say, this isn't going to work for me. Certain things. So, because one of the issues with me is I think it's because I was a highly capable student, or I don't know what it is, but I try everything and I'm capable of anything. I think anybody's capable of anything, but I wasn't really sure what I liked and disliked. I knew certain foods I disliked, but I've decided to, I think that's another thing that happens when you're 40 is like, you realize like, it's not about, life is not about trying to impress yourself or anybody else. It's about enjoying, doing what you enjoy in life and working for something because you enjoy it. So it's almost, I always wondered about like people that are older seem to be more speak their minds, where I would often hold everything in and not talk. And I'm still a little bit hesitant to talk, but I'm talking more because I'm realizing what I like and don't like. One thing I don't like is like, I would not like working outside in rain or snow. I would not like that. I understand what you're saying, but don't worry, I don't listen to that person and I don't really care. I'm going to have to refresh the chat at iVlog because nobody's chatting over there and I don't know if it's just me or... There we go. If it's because I came on the room, in the room that, or the chat's down at iVlog. Working on a barge in the winter pays over $5,000 a month. Totally not worth it to me. I would not want to do that for $5,000 a month. On the barge in the winter. I love being on the ocean, but not in the winter. There's also the, I'm glad you had a good captain. You did it years ago. That's pretty cool. I just read Moby Dick. That would not be worth it to me either, being on a whale boat or anything like that. Barely get you out there on a raft. Hello, 590. Thank you for chatting. Add me. That's funny. Would I live in a houseboat with David? It depends on how well it's insulated. I love the idea, actually, of living on a houseboat. But I don't like to be damp. So I would consider it. I always like the idea of living... Have you seen the movie The Lake House? It's one of my favorite movies because I love the whole time warp transition and different things could happen in different times and the whole love story. I love that. Anyway, the thing I loved about it too is the house is like on the water, but then it has this tree growing up right through the middle of it. That is like my ideal house, one of them. And the one thing it would be missing, of course, is a turret. Because I do love a turret. Okay, so you don't like Sandra Bullock. Whatever. I also liked a movie called Sliding Doors because it had a transition. And I never saw that movie with, oh, who was it? The guy, the very first Superman, David said time, shift time. With the motel. Anyway, I never saw that. Yeah, I'm not, I don't like humidity, so I'm not into that damp too much. You'd rather live out in the wilderness after you get some teeth implants? Yeah. You wouldn't mind, so you want a timeshare on a houseboat? Oh, did she? That is rough. I didn't realize that, Howie. Okay, you had a follow question. What if David tricks you into living on a houseboat and then takes it up to Alaska to become a fisherman? David, seriously, David would never ever do that. David? No, not going to happen. Some other guy that I fell in love with, if something ever happened to David, maybe a 3-week test like True Blue says. But I'm going to always be with David. So that's not going to happen. That's good, Howie. That's good goals. Gravity with Sandra Bullock was a heavy movie. Oh, I haven't seen it. I'm not really. I always thought Fabio wasn't into women. Howie, I always got that kind of feeling. Misanthropy, that will never, ever happen. I mean, David was, wait, actually, there is one way that it would happen. If it was on an electric boat, like, it couldn't have any diesel emissions at all. David would not, he didn't like going whale watching with us because the boat had diesel engines. Would your David ever, Anita, would your David ever go become a fisherman in Alaska? David would take a houseboat down to California coast and never actually anchor it to never pay a portage fee or whatever those are called. You broke a plate. Oh. Oh, he was a fisherman? Wow. Oh, the depressed math book. Aw. Way too many problems. Yeah, David always says that he would probably have made a lot more money and if he had become a Walmart greeter. But that's just not David either. David just is who David is. I'm sure boats are fun, but one of my favorite, I've never been on a jet ski, one of my favorite days of my life, I can say that. Yeah, one of my favorite days of my life was whale watching with my family and with David. Yeah, I thought so too, Misanthropy. I suggested that back in like 2008. Nope, not David. Oh, take ginger on a cruise, like ginger root to. That's what has helped my. I think after David comes back, I'm gonna make my ginger lemon honey tea that you guys suggested. That really did help my laryngitis. Yes, that's probably true until he's elected. No, it's just tea, and I have these. I'm not necessarily cough drops, but I put hot water, and then I have this uncrystallized candied ginger that I get from Trader Joe's, and I put that in the water, and then I add some squeeze. I have a squeeze bottle of lemon, squeeze that in, and then put some honey in, and not cough drop, and then I stir that up, and I drink it like a tea. And then if I let it soak for a while, the uncrystallized ginger, candied ginger, like becomes like ginger, but water logged ginger, and I eat that. Anyway. Honey, lemon, ginger root. It's so good. Oh. All right, let me change the background. That's probably a good idea. I don't even know. So funny. Bamboo backgrounds. Oh, this is the one I thought David was going to put in.
And Vaughn should be on. Is Vaughn on?
Yeah, Vaughn people, you guys can see me.
Everyone can see you. Huh? Yeah, correct. Yeah.
This is what my house looked like, except I have pine trees and not whatever trees these are. Yeah, it's much warmer. Man, now this is making me look cold. It's better with just this one. There, that's good. This reminds me of the summer. Summertime and the living was easy. He was saying, yes. No, they are broadcasting on Vaughn. Wait, what? And that's about it. Get my old oil lamps working. Probably should do that. The one on Netflix, how was it? Planet Earth. I did see the commercial for it when I was watching the Super Bowl. And then I saw the thing about that Hannah, so David and I came home and watched the first episode of Hannah. Yeah, all thanks to humans. burning fireplace with crackling sounds. That's a good one. Does YouTube Live really make money? It's 53 in your city and New York. It was the same. That's pretty amazing. You saw a lot of whales on a cruise ship. We're on a trip for 3 days. You had to get on the ship in Long Beach, California. Did you go up to did you go to Alaska to see on your cruise ship? Yeah, Anita, you could watch that Planet show on your TV at home. I know. Why? I don't know why someone would go to a theater to watch something on Netflix. I don't know the answer to that question. What does BC mean? What do you mean BC, True Blue? I didn't get that one. I went to a theater to watch Mary Poppins. And David watched at the same theater. He watched Aquaman. He said Aquaman had amazing graphics there. God bless America, land that I love. Yeah, BC is before D and E. Okay. I see now. Wait. A live performance of Blue Planet with speakers? Oh, is it to just get the Dolby surround sound? It's better to watch it at your home, Anita. Oh, it's people talking about the Blue Planet. Oh, it's like a convention or conference. They were all feeling crummy. That's a cute one, True Blue. Are you getting these from some kind of joke book? Because I should get the joke book because all of these are super appropriate for school. And I am horrible at telling jokes. I mean, coming up with jokes? Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, a conference, a Blue Planet conference. Maybe they'll have it, ask them if they're streaming it on, they should be having it on, streaming it on YouTube Live or something. Or live YouTube feed. Oh, okay. Funny riddles. Thank you. What kind of cup has a hole in it when it's new, is designed to withstand a heavy beating and should never be used for drinking? Holes in it when it's new. A strainer? Wait, no, I don't know. A strainer's not designed for a heavy beating. An athletic cup. Ha ha. No, I don't like these funny riddles. Those are kind of dorky. They must have some good ones. Okay, good night, Miss Anthropy.
Miss Anthropy's going to bed?
No, he's just saying good night to me because he saw you come in for a second, so he knows I'm leaving.
I thought he was going to go to bed, because he usually stays up till 2. Or maybe 1:30 or so. Hey guys, thanks for coming in.
I think I'm going to make some of that ginger lemon.
Yeah, put it in that basket there.
I don't have to put it in the basket. I just put it and drop it in the cup.
Oh, good. Even
Pop,
better.
pop, fizz, fizz.
Yeah, that ginger is really good for you.
I'm watching a show on Amazon, an old show about pioneering in Canada.
Oh, I know.
It's like a reality TV show.
Good, go for it. I kicked Sarah out at 10 o'clock so she could go enjoy her personal life without having to, drain her time here. I know a lot of you feel like it's, she gives us an hour of her time every night. Thank you, Sarah. Anyway, I can't possibly imagine anyone donating more of their time than Sarah has to this effort. I mean, really, when you think about it, except I've donated, much, much more, but that's because this is my thing. Sarah didn't want to continue the show, that long. I keep it going, basically. I'm just kind of like, I'm hauling, man, every day. Donald Trump is notorious for not having a global climate change perspective. And The Daily Show has been tweeting their response to his global climate trade. See, Daily Show's response to Trump's global warming tweet is, that's right, the temperatures in the portions of the Midwest and Northeast hit sub-zero this week, and right on cue, Trump took to Twitter to wax nostalgic about the good old global whamming. Yes, in the Midwest, wind chills temperatures are reaching minus 60 degrees, the coldest ever recorded. In coming days, expect to get even colder. The people can't last outside even for minutes. What the hell's going on with global whamming? Whamming. Please come back fast. We need you. So he wants global whamming to come back fast. So good one, Mr. President. Yeah. Global whamming. Good one, Mr. President. But no, A, we don't need more global warming. B, that it doesn't make any sense. And C, either you've developed a Boston accent or you spelled warming wrong. Whamming. Okay. As you know, they aren't that funny anymore on The Daily Show ever since, right, Jon Stewart left, so people aren't really laughing anymore. So I guess this isn't really a news item. Thank you. Cabin alone in the Alaskan wilderness. Really? This is Dick Proenneke. Do you want to watch Dick Proenneke tonight? I was outside with the caribou in the Alaskan wild. And this is a guy, he's a wonderful PBS guy. Listen to this.
And I doubt that if I was 200 yards from shore that I would make it to shore.
That's all we could play due to monetization on YouTube, but we'll play it tonight. Dick Proenneke's Alaskan Wilderness, really a hometown kind of get down and be natural kind of guy, and he built his own cabin. It's still standing too. Dick Proenneke, but he left the world. He's no longer, he videotaped them, he filmed them. He was his own film camera guy. He set the tripod up and put the timer on there, and you're thinking he might have had a little boy toy from Brazil. No, he's not like you. No one is perfect. If we were all perfect, no accidents would happen, would they? No. Nobody's perfect. You're so right. Joe Rogan's news is a complete shill news. It's a Laughing Cow or Sacred Cow Productions. Alex Jones and Joe Rogan work for the same company. And he's not even Alex Jones. He's Bill Hicks, by his own admission. Voodoo, this is how we destroy everything. Wow. We're destroying everything. Wow, are we? Wowie kazowie. Isn't this a natural background? I love that. Welcome, mankind. Okay, I get the drift. This is one of these sadomasochistic insect torture videos. I'm sorry, but I don't play snuff movies about insects in my primary show, but I will play it tonight. Thank you. Snuff insect movies. Yeah, I just can't handle it. I get the message though. It's oh, I feel so bad about the earth. Oh golly. Oh, please, could I have 3 plastic bags? The last one ripped at my store, and gosh darn it, I don't care much about plastic trees. It's okay. You know, I'd love it if we could get rid of plastic. I really would. It would be fantastic if we had all paper bags. What a concept. Back when I was growing up, that's all we had. No insect snuff films. I'm so sorry. Please don't send any more insect snuff films here. Thanks so much. Last time we got a grasshopper torture video that was a mind blower. Yeah, pulling the legs off the... I couldn't imagine. That's evil. Pulling the legs off a grasshopper to see how it reacts. Well, the fact is paper bags are good for a lot of things. If you have hiccups, you can put your blow into a paper bag. You've got a wife you don't want to look at, ask her to wear it for just a short while. I'm just kidding. It's terrible. I even said that. But no, seriously, if you have a situation where you are... we're sticking plastic in the ocean. It's killing the little creatures. Let's face it. They're choking off. They're all dying from the plastic bags over their heads. Every one of those little creatures in the ocean are dying. That's the kind of thing I should do every night. Because otherwise people don't care, you know. Unless you're actually screaming for nature, no one cares. Save the core animals. I gotta help you. All right, thank you very much for that sensitive show. Voodoo for a win. We'll take a look at that later. Replica fake plastic owl decoys, very much the craze nowadays among Illuminati members. I'm not an Illuminati member, so I don't really care about it. But pigeon control is a very serious problem.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is David Jones from the Pigeon Control Resource Centre, or the
Hello.
PCRC. I'm here today to talk to you about using birds of prey, plastic birds of prey, as a pigeon or bird scarer or bird deterrent devices.
You know, I would like to get a blue heron, because I've got a blue heron that dines on my fish in my pond. It's terrible. But then again, I'm feeding the blue heron, so it's kind of a dual thing, you know, as well. I'm helping the poor creatures survive. You're not an Illuminati, you're just luminin naughty. Good for you. Yeah, I didn't even know that Illuminati existed. I still don't really know for sure it exists. Except for the creep that I met at Best Buy one year. Weirdest thing, he was bragging to this woman, department manager at Best Buy, that he knew guys that downloaded porn at his company, Kentworth Productions or whatever, Kentworth Trucking. And I was like, wait a second. I needed to interrupt the conversation anyway. And I said, hey, you worked at Kentworth? Yeah, I worked at Kentworth. Well, did you know Gary Ridgway, the Green Valley Killer? Green River Killer? Oh, I knew Gary. Yeah, I knew Gary. So, you know about the blood drinking rituals, right? He was a body dumper, right? For the elitists, the Illuminati. And he turned back and he said to me, they don't drink blood out of regular skulls. They're plastic. Those are plastic skulls. It's like, what? He just confirmed what I was saying was true. And then he turned to me kind of quizzically. It's like, how did you know about that? Oh, I just heard about it. No big deal. Get out of here. You know, I'm out of here later. It's like, well, and he jumped into a car that was like a top of the line Escalade, Cadillac, Eddie Bauer interior. Must have cost him $85,000 minimum. And that was, many years ago, about 10 years ago. That confirmation that people drink blood out of skulls really got me thinking about the reality of the Illuminati and the possibilities that this conspiracy theory could very well be true, that these people were eating people. They're drinking blood. I mean, they're like vampires. And then I thought, well, why would anyone do that? Well, maybe because they have so much money. They want to live forever. So somebody said that if you drink the blood of children, or if you actually have children's blood injected into your bodies, you live longer. So I looked into it, and sure enough, the science is there. There's evidence that people are doing this right now, even top executives for, that injects blood. I believe he's the PayPal executive that injects blood of children. Let's see what yeah. Let me see if I can pull up a story. Hang on. Peter Thiel. Yeah, remember him? Peter Thiel actually does this, and here's a link. He takes blood transfusions from young people. It's like, wow, this is really weird. I mean, it's like beginning to believe that there might be some truth to this Illuminati stuff. He believes blood transfusions from the young could be biologically a fountain of youth and help people live forever. So, I mean, this is a real story. I'm not making this up. Parabiosis involves the transfusion of blood plasma from a young donor. It's like, really? And that's his trip? Wow. Okay, so I wrote that down in my mental list of weird things to think about. You had a blood transfusion in a hospital? I don't know who gave you the blood either. Yeah, no one does. But isn't that weird? So you're saying Joe Rogan gets $300,000 a month? He also gets like $1 million per UFC and millions from other sponsors and shitty comedy shows? Yeah, I know. These people are all bought off. You know that. I know that. We both know that. Tell everybody. Tell a friend. They're all bought off. You know, I wouldn't doubt that, Blauschwert. George W. Bush looked like he was really in good shape toward the end there. The conspiracy theory is that George H.W. Bush wanted to talk about his time at JFK's assassination. And they wanted to shut him up, so they OD'd him. That's what they say. That's the word on the street, that George H.W. Bush was off because he wanted to speak out and testify about his involvement. I don't know if that's true. That sounds like a conspiracy theory to me. Okay, Geoengineer is talking about how nozzles are being used to spray us.
Here we can see an Airbus A380 spraying huge exhaust plumes in a clear blue sky with high probabilities of low relative humidity. We can use 3 observations to rule out textbook science that says contrails are a result of water vapor as a byproduct of engine combustion. First, the beginning of the visible trail is too close to the hot engine exhaust. You'll need to prove how a hot jet engine can eject ice crystals directly or only inches away from the hot jet exhaust of up to 300 degrees Celsius. Water vapor typically remains in the vapor stage above freezing for at least 20 to 35 feet from the jet exhaust at cruise altitude before it mixes with ambient air temperatures of minus 50 degrees Celsius to condense into visible ice crystals that NASA calls contrails. Number 2, the trail from number 3 engine, counting from left to right, is distinctly different in density and color compared to the plumes of the other 3 trails. With all 4 engines performing normally, this visual anomaly is not possible under textbook contrail science, since all 4 engines are inside the same column of atmosphere. Therefore, the plumes from all 4 engines should be the same in appearance, but they're not. Some critics claim the nozzles are only drain tubes to eliminate pylon moisture. This myth may have been true in the distant past, but multiple nozzles are now seen fitted to pylons with crude after-factory workmanship to drain more than just pylon water.
All right, we'll get to that later tonight. Thank you. More talk about chemtrails and nozzles. We're getting the truth every night in our Conspiracy Monday show. And we also want to recognize that people are not here to talk about anything other than politics. Yeah. If you're trying to talk about your, how your girlfriend smells, that's not an appropriate, thing to talk about tonight. We don't want to debase our show and turn it into your little discussion on, your girlfriend's pheromones or your lack of girlfriend. We don't know, but Anita's on a strange tangent. She, wow. Anita, thanks for sharing. It's horrible. Anita's telling some people about her personal life right now. Thank you. Yeah, Joe Rogan gets $300,000 a month from Cash App, owned by Jack Dorsey. Rogan promotes hard drugs to kids worldwide and can put you into a demonic possession or dimension. Yeah. Oh yeah, Joe Rogan really does own DMT, MK Ultra cult facilities all over the world. Are you making that up? You'd have to get proof of that. All I know is that Joe Rogan is way too popular on YouTube to justify being, a major success. What we're seeing is the people on YouTube that are really successful, like he and others, they're all shills for the media, the mainstream media, and for the propagandized control center running our government. Whoever these people are, whoever they're answering to, whether they're Zionist elitists around the world, owned by other, maybe they're huge millionaires at the top of the pyramid, but they're telling people like Joe Rogan and Alex Jones what to say. They are ostensibly controlled opposition, and they're used as an effective tool to make you think that you're getting the truth, when in fact, you're getting some blowhard giving you stories without even formulating the goal of building a third party. And that is where you and I, or that's where we excel, and those people do not. We actually have a plan to build a third party in America that is strong and vibrant and a solid idea platform for the future of America. These guys don't. They simply, they're simply snowflakes. They'll melt in the wind. We have a solid plan for America. And what is that plan, Dave? We wrote a book about it. We called it Hybrid Capitalism. And it is, it's a kind of a blueprint for our economic survival in the event of a meltdown financially. And one of the key elements of our idea is to come up with this $400 a month plan for U.S. citizens. So if we ever had a financial collapse in our country, we would be okay. If we ever had a financial collapse in our country, we would have the ability to restart the engine of our economy. I'm serious. If everyone had like an EBT card, anybody wanted one, we could easily say, yeah, we're going to put money back in your card even though we were just wiped out. Clark Kent said, Dave, are you a robot or not? I am not a robot, Clark. If I was a robot, I wouldn't talk so natural, like humans talk. Robots would be sort of syncopated. My voice smoothing technology gives me the ability to talk normal. So here, please, I can't believe that you're that pissed off at the show. We've given you a full show for free, I love fries, and all you talk about is animal semen. That's just totally inappropriate here. Thank you. Ruth is alive and well. I understand Poison Pez said she was seen at a workout gym recently. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Anyway, hybrid capitalism has one goal in mind. That's to get our government to run efficiently. And right now it's not. In case you didn't know, Donald Trump is borrowing $1 trillion a year just to get this thing moving. That's a bad thing. We are at critical margins with our current income relative to our debt. And by the way, your taxes only go toward paying the interest on the debt. We keep acquiring more debt to finance the government. So when we heard that Trump may lose the government, the shutdown may actually come down in another, gosh, it's about 9 days, 11 days from now. We could have another shutdown. It's actually a good sign that we're actually still functional with a shutdown. None of you had any major problems except for the Coast Guard and the TSA. I don't see any problem with shutting down every month if we need that in order for Pelosi to actually figure this out. But we can't keep it shut down longer than 30 or 40 days. That's about as much. I think Donald Trump reached 34 days or something when he pulled the lid on this and got it going again. I'm not sure. I think we got 34. It was the longest shutdown in U.S. history. And that's the way it was. February 4th, 2019. So this guy talks about a serious problem with the number of gallons that the projected liters of liquid fuel, the Concorde, used. And this guy says he thinks that there's an anomaly here. The number of gallons of jet fuel is not right. So we're going to play that tonight too.
Using my MacBook to do this video with the screencast thing. Right, anyway, I've uploaded a load of pictures for everybody on my website, and I just want to let people know where they are, and you're welcome to copy them, share them, do what you like with them, but I'm just encouraging people to share them around with their friends and family.
Cool.
Now this one is the biggest giveaway to them lying through their teeth with this one, but this is the Concorde plane that's now retired with a fake plane crash. There was no liquid fuel to cause a plane crash. We know this now, yeah? But anyway, they claim 119,500 litres of liquid fuel. Now, the volume never changes. This here is an oil tanker with it carries 38,000 litres of liquid fuel. Now, that volume there will never change. The weight will change. Okay, and I'll explain that in a second.
Well, we'll have that for you in a second too. Yeah, tonight. Thank you. So we have a book called Hybrid Capitalism. We wrote it. We really have one intent, and that's for the government to get a return on investment from its operations. So if you can imagine our government working to compete in the free market, say we produced generic medicine and competed with other generic pharmaceutical companies, we would not have unfair advantage, but we'd be able to fill a hole, a gap in our market that seems to be unexploited. A lot of people are going without meds because they're so expensive. Yet we know that if they had meds, they could afford them at $20 or $30 a bottle, and it's more than likely it would save their lives. So it's a win-win for America to do something like that. Where do you keep your horn? I have horns all over the place. What do you mean? My horn. I have security horns, blast horns that go off in the event of a break-in. I've got horns in cars. What are you talking about? Horns. Howie's really struggling with his words tonight. Okay, you say let the dollar crash, 86 the debt, let America burn and rebuild out of the ashes and landfills of the ruins. Well, Drowsy, that's an extreme position. But this idea of building the safety net with everyone having like an EBT card certainly would fit into that scenario. Yeah. In fact, if our financial sector was attacked, and it's possible there's drone systems out there, hackers with drone systems that could veritably attack everybody at one time. And some people think that over 150 million credit card numbers have been bankrolled in such an example, where they could actually flip the switch on everybody's bank accounts and just start screwing up our economy. There's concern about that. But the idea of $400 a month per U.S. adult citizen, if you want to choose to do this, it's totally optional, would give us the ability to actually refinance the government on a month-to-month basis. It would be no problem to jump back easily as we are definitely leveraged against a credit card economy right now, so it wouldn't make a big difference. Yeah, there are generic brands less than $10, right? But the high prices are in Lantus, Levemir, Novolog, and Insula. Name brands like that people rely on. And if the government had generic pharmaceutical licenses to do that, we could appeal to a large group of people that don't care about name brands. That would be the government getting involved in the pharmacy business. There's no law that says we can't do that. That's why hybrid capitalism is different than socialism. Socialism, like Kamala Harris promotes and Bernie Sanders, is the government takes over all insurance, wipes out every private insurance company completely, and takes on a massive $40 trillion debt load just to finance healthcare for all or Medicare for all. It will not help the country in any way. It'll cost the taxpayers, the working class, at least 15 to 20% over what they're paying now. At least. That's a conservative estimate. Contrails, Madison Star Moon, we haven't seen her for a while. Great, 33 minutes of her talking about fighting an uphill battle dealing with chemtrails.
Look up, wake up, do something.
She's awesome. She calls up places all around the country and asks them, why are they spraying these things in the sky? And she does a really good job of getting in their face. I love it. She's great. She's an awesome person. I can just tell that she cares, you know. She does. I'll play that tonight for sure. You better believe it. You better believe it, or else. Yeah, geoengineering, we got that lined up there. Okay, putting everything in order. Got a couple of requests tonight for music. Okay, let's get rid of that one and yeah, it's cold. Doctors zapped a woman's brain so she could laugh through awake brain surgery. Huh. Oh, that's my brain being cut open. Oh, it's kind of what reminds me of Clarice. Yeah. No, there's nothing free about Canadian healthcare. No. Thank you, Crazy Flower. When a woman woke up from her sedation, she felt anxious and started crying. That's not atypical given the circumstances. The woman, a patient with epilepsy, was undergoing awake open brain surgery at Emory University School of Medicine. Her head was locked in place and her brain was exposed. But she needed to stay awake for her own safety so the doctors could talk to her during the operation and therefore ensure they didn't interfere with other areas of the brain involved in skills such as language. So typically the doctors use a combination of sedation and distraction to keep patients calm during awake open brain surgery. However, this approach doesn't always work. When it doesn't, patients can be in danger of panicking and moving in their heads or even reaching their hands up toward the exposed brain. So this time, doctors tried a new approach. They made the woman laugh. And according to a recent report of her case, it worked. Laughing through surgery. Oh, yeah, move the scalpel over there and see if you hit my nerve centers. I think I've seen everything. Well, I hope it works out for them, and good luck with that. Tonight we've got a video about how a person turned 2 hex nuts into 1-carat diamond ring. Okay, I got to see this. 12 minutes of that tonight, too. Yeah, that's a weird how-to video. All right, we got that in the lineup. Never thought I'd see that. And, of course, repeat of our tiny house show about a guy who took 3 containers you can get very affordably and built a beautiful tiny house living area for their family.
because it's low maintenance and it's very easy to install.
So with cladding it, you've also gained that sort of space in between, which you can add insulation, or you've got that air barrier in between the steel of the shipping container and the outside cladding. That's also the same thing with the inside, where you've got the inside clad too. You can also gain that sort of extra 70 mil of space to insulate.
Talking about an industrial build that probably withstands, you know, a major hurricane. Wow, those are amazing. They're not selfish up there, no. They believe free healthcare could be achieved, but we're talking down to people who went and built our... Exactly, crazy flower. These people are all about profit. The fact that all they do is try to profit from healthcare left and right means that this will just be like the same thing Obamacare was. Another a big profit grab. Like your deductibles went from $1,000 to $10,000 per family right when Obamacare passed. So they paid $150,000 for that. Well, that's pathetic. I could have built that for $10,000 with 3 open cargo containers and some spray paint. I can't believe they spent $150,000 on that. Wow. Yeah, they got ripped off. Whoa. I'll still play it though. Yep. And armed Antifa groups marched in Stone Mountain. Neo-Confederates don't show. This resistance against, this is kind of like armed resistance being created by George Soros and the Antifa group. Laughing does release endorphins. That's a good point. Yeah, thank you for saying that, guest. Beep, beep, beep. Voodoo.
Right, I think we're live. Anyway, I'm using my MacBook to...
Yeah. I'm going to play that later. Yeah. We'll add that to the list. Sure, yeah. Okay, here they are. Okay, a heavily armed coalition of anti-racist and anti-fascist groups assembled Saturday to oppose a planned neo-Confederate rally at Stone Mountain Park, Georgia. We'll be looking at that 9-minute video tonight just for the heck of it. I'll add it to our link. Yeah, it's going to be it's kind of like they're looking for a division in our country. They're constantly driving the South from the North, the right from the left. They're looking to constantly drive our country apart. That's how they win. United we stand, but divided we fall. And that's exactly what the powers that be are looking to do, like George Soros. He actually invested in a hedge fund, $600 million, that if our country's economy slides significantly, he wins, he'll triple his money. And that should be illegal for him to fund, you know, rallies, as these Antifa rallies are clearly Occupy group, MoveOn.org rallies. It's all coming out of Soros. He wants our country to fail. Nebraska's got dumb laws. Okay, let's see what that says. Okay, drivers should drive with caution near the right-hand edge of the highway, and there are no mountains in Nebraska. Okay. Persons with gonorrhea may not marry. It is illegal to fly a plane while drunk. If a child burps during church, his parents may be arrested. It is illegal to go whale fishing in Nebraska. It is illegal for bar owners to sell beer unless they are simultaneously brewing a kettle of soup. It is illegal for a mother to give her daughter a perm without a state license. Wow. In Lay, Nebraska, donut holes may not be sold. In Omaha, sneezing or burping is illegal during a church service, and a man is not allowed to run around with a shaved chest. Wow. That would automatically rule, if Omaha, Nebraska had that singer Levine.
Can you give me that? Yeah. Adam Levine.
Yeah, Adam Levine had been there in Omaha. He would have been arrested in Omaha, Nebraska for wearing no shirt with a shaved chest. Yeah, we all saw that disgrace. I don't know how many of you saw the disgrace of Adam Levine taking his shirt off. Showing his tattoos. I mean, whoa. Women aren't allowed to do that. Sarah, do you have no money? There's no security team? What? Dave, Sarah said... I never said we have no money. What are you talking about? I said I don't have a $75,000 an hour to finance a security team. That's what I said. And I'm not talking 75,000 pennies. I'm talking about $75,000. Excuse me? You're the dumbass. My goodness. Well, of course, I never would have retired at the age of 50 if I hadn't saved my money frugally, like a good Norwegian that I am. Public washings, Howie, remember we talked about your obsession with smells and washing people? You probably should work at some gay steam bath. Maybe, yeah, maybe they're hiring down at the gay steam bath in San Diego. Right. What was it called? I forget. I was never there. The Vulcan Steam Club. Right. There we go. The Vulcan Steam Club in San Diego. Let's see if there's a stream on it. Oh, there you go. San Diego Gay Bathhouses and Sex Clubs. Here's a trip you could take just to test your theories out, Howie. You might meet a transgender of your dreams or something. There's a gay bathhouse in San Diego. They have one gay bathhouse, Club San Diego. And lots of gay bars, so you'll fit right in. There's a law in Washington State that no person may walk around in public if he or she has the common cold. Are you serious? Man, that's amazing. Now people just walk around and vape. Everywhere I go to casinos, they're sitting there, with their pipes and they're vaping. You don't know what they're vaping either. THC or nicotine. No, she wasn't walking around in public. She was in enclosed areas with her muffler over her face. And she was in a car too. She wasn't walking around in public. You can't buy any meat of any kind on Sunday in Washington? Boy, these states really don't even deserve to have laws, do they? We could convert our entire state legislatures to volunteer only. I've talked about the possibility of doing that. Be a tremendous savings for our country financially. All the taxes that you're taxed on at your state property tax level and your state sales taxes and excise taxes and business and occupation taxes and blah, blah, blah taxes, they literally are draining our public coffers just so they can finance these legislators making $50,000 a year, plus benefits and all kinds of pensions. Yeah, why don't we just have a volunteer staff of older people that are retired? And if you don't want to volunteer, you are elected, but you just take volunteers, people that volunteer their time. We'll pay them cars and per diems for travel up and down their city to their city capital or state capital. We'll give them federal money for that, but we could essentially shut down the operational functionality of a paid legislative branch at the state level, which would eliminate a lot of government graft. Because most of these people are just getting elected so they can get other contractors' support. And then we could actually monitor anybody who runs for public office is required to put all of their assets in a public trust. I would be willing to do that. Donald Trump wasn't willing to do that. He's got everything privately set up so that he's the sole inheritor of everything. But I would be glad to put assets in public trust, and everything's overseen by the government. They look at everything going, wow, yeah, everything's, and we'd have total transparency. Everyone would look into each other's bank accounts. We wouldn't have these people taking side deals from corporations to do contracts that are costing you, the taxpayer, tons and tons of money. Yes, my hands are attached. Some people don't wonder, if I'm a real person. Wow. So we got some things to talk about. I'm going to go into the next wave of the show, which is a video tour of our background library. I thought that would be a fun little thing to do. Yeah. To the sound of a wonderful song. It's the sound of the sound making on the swing. Okay, here we go. On 1 and a 2. Uncover. Uncover. Wipe. Wipe. Seconds. 4. Okay, let's get rolling. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and a 7 and an 8 and a 9 and a 10. And I am going to play the Mr. Right song. It's my required time.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
All right, thank you for enduring my daily show and the Mr. Right song, which is a requirement in our show now to play. It's part of our daily format. I decided. In Blythe, California, you're not permitted to wear cowboy boots unless you already own at least 2 cows. Well, I'll be darned. Blythe needs to erase all those laws too. Why are we even wasting our time with all these?
Jail. They're going to spend another night in the dark, in the cold, no heat, and very limited power. And it's been like that for days now, sparking protests, and now there's a response from Mayor de Blasio, too.
Yeah, tonight those protests continue out there. This is some video all day long. Family members, friends of all of those inside have been chanting and demanding answers into why they say so little has been done to fix the problem.
And like I said, the mayor's stepping in now, delivering emergency supplies to the jail to keep those inside warm. News 4's Wale Ali live in Sunset Park now, where we now know when power might be restored. Wale.
What do you mean, Adam and Jimmy? The Federal Bureau of Prisons says it is working to restore power as quickly as possible and says by Monday that could happen. However, all the people out here, and definitely the people in there, say that's not good enough.
That's bullcrap, man. I can't believe all these people are clanking their clanks against the wall there. They're saying, hey, you know, that's the only thing they can do is clank their cups against the wall. Listen to this.
Hundreds of family, friends, and concerned citizens have spent the entire day out in the cold fighting for these inmates who say they have spent the entire week also in the cold, even when we saw single-digit temperatures.
They can't put the heat on.
It hurts because I can't do anything but just be here, stand here.
Tina Schwartz traveled hours to protest outside the Metropolitan Detention Center for her husband, whom she used to talk with every day. Now the only communication these 1,600 inmates have is banging on the windows and shining flashlights down.
This is a below average winter, and I understand how cold it must be in those cells, and not to have any electricity, any lights, and to not be able to communicate with your family is just inhumane.
Several U.S. representatives visited the facility Saturday to address heat, electricity, and medical concerns. They say when they brought up some of the issues to staff, they noticed a lack of urgency to get them resolved.
I said, did you know that there was a problem? He said, well, no one raised it to me until now.
The partial power outage began after a fire last Sunday. On Saturday, New York City Emergency Services brought in blankets and hand warmers, and an outside contractor showed up to install a new electrical panel, but couldn't restore power.
The claim is that the contractor has been unable to secure the parts necessary to restore the power. That seems unacceptable.
Visiting hours have been suspended until the power is back on, but that doesn't matter to these protesters. They say they're not leaving.
I'm not going nowhere.
The Federal Bureau of Prisons says as of right now, the people incarcerated do have hot water for showers and essential personal hygiene items and medical services. However, no power to their telephones, computers, and televisions, just power for their public defender phones. For now, that is very latest live in Sunset Park. Wale Aliu, News 4 New York.
Thank you, Wale Aliu News. Yeah, well, I'm thinking we could get Mr. Buddies in there. These things are fantastic. I'd immediately portion $5,000 to get Mr. Buddies on every single floor, and they would help a little bit. I mean, every single office could have a Mr. Buddy operating. You know, we just aren't giving a hoot about these poor people. Sad. It's sad. And these guys are in jail. They can't do anything but clank their cups. You know, that's it. Now that's just sad. See. You know, we didn't talk a bit about the Pizzagate story tonight, and I really would rather not, because when the more you talk about, you know, the Pizzagate story, the more likely, you know, I'll be banned on YouTube. You think that's fair? I don't think that's fair. We need to actually open a dialogue on a lot of things, like the Pizza Hotel, yeah, the Comet Pizza, the recent fire that happened there. It's so obvious it was arson. They put a can of lighter fluid on the desk next to the where the fire occurred with some matches. I mean, no arsonist does that. It was an obvious plan to make it look like an arson, which is clearly indicative of somebody trying to get rid of evidence. Well, they couldn't explain the... We do watch the Pizzagate videos the Mondays, it's true. But we could have explained the cages in Comet Pizza, you know. Last week we talked about that on Monday, and we couldn't really find out why cages that could warehouse children were in the Comet Pizza restaurant in all the videos we looked at. What would they have cages that would fit a child for? It doesn't make any sense unless there was a component that was connected to child trafficking. Why wouldn't we talk about it? I've got a video right here of somebody says Podesta recording attack on children after ego Skippy, or alter ego Skippy. Yeah. Very disturbing. Let me just play a little of it and I'll shut it off. Hang on.
You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot... Listen up!
Wow, okay. That was John Podesta's voice, or was it? Allegedly was his voice. Yeah, we have a copy of his voice measured up against that. Yeah, WTF on that one. I hear you, man. Let me play you John Podesta's voice in that same capacity, and you decide whether it's the same guy or not. And why they aren't investigating this guy is the only reason is because he's so powerful, no one can touch him. That's what it looks like, yeah. I know, your PTSD just got triggered. We talked about the terrible accident of the guy who decapitated the guy in the bus in Canada 10 years ago is now released on the street. That was unreal. We did that on our last show. That was a bizarre story of a man who got away with cutting the head off of some poor carny worker. He ends up getting criminally insane charges against him and served 10 years in a mental institution, and he's now walking the streets of Canada after cutting and eating the guy's head, eyeballs, and heart. Yeah, it's just so weird. But yeah, let me get that clip for you can compare it. Do 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 do.
You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? You will call me. You will call me. You will call me. Say it again.
Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost.
You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot.
You think you're hot shit, don't you? We're taking a look at some of the audio clips that we're seeing here. Faith, history, mystery, healer mystery, woman accused of John of God. Yeah, let's just accept cookies. Okay. A woman who accused John of God cult leader of rape mysteriously kills herself at Spanish home. How weird. Sabrina Bittencourt, 38, was reportedly living under protection in Spain after receiving death threats from the John of God cult. Wow. Okay, we'll take a look at this. The sound is back.
Nós temos mulheres que são utilizadas como escravas sexuais, escravas, em geral mulheres negras de baixa renda, tanto em Abadiânia como em Anápolis.
Uau.
Tanto mulheres com filhos que tinham essa negociação feita pelo Chico Lobo e Fátima Lobo, administradora da Casa da Sopa, que em troca de comida para essas mães, que em troca de comida para os filhos dessas mães, elas eram engravidadas para vender esses bebês no mercado negro.
The first time I saw it today, I was humbled by the experience.
E nós estamos trabalhando sem pausa e com pressa em relação a todos os crimes cometidos pelo João de Deus e toda a sua quadrilha. Nós temos mulheres.
She was killed. According to her son, she was killed, and she was exposing the John of God group, which got television coverage from Oprah Winfrey. Wow. And you've got this news story, Adam, here. City of Paradise, California gets paid $1.7 billion from FEMA. Wow. As city authorities forcibly remove residents who are currently camping on their own property, FEMA claims all remaining debris is unsafe and will pull their funding if residents are allowed to stay on their property. Wow. So according to the Sacramento Bee, we've got a situation where they got $1.7 billion for Paradise, which sounds justifiable, but it looks like the people are going to get it are just going to build infrastructure and don't even allow people to live there. Wow. Looks like they're getting ready to use that area for a major fracking operation. The cleanup of Paradise moves to the next phase as workers begin knocking down chimneys throughout the city. Well, granted, some of that money will be used to clear the area, but you can't actually move in. City officials said they were acting under duress, fearing the state would lose an expected $1.7 billion in federal cleanup if they continue to allow people to live on their burned properties. So the federal government's kicking people off their burned properties. Nobody's allowed to live there. So they're going to go in and forcibly move people from their ownership of their own properties while they clean this area up. Sounds a little fishy to me. It's a land grab, isn't it? Guess 169 says it's a land grab. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Misanthropy, for telling me about that. Well, for the remaining of the show, I think I'll just be, you know, since Jim Carrey doesn't exist, I'll just be Jim Carrey, if that's okay with you. Thanks, Dave, for helping me out, man. I don't really exist. My whole life has been a fake. Oh, sorry. No, Jim Carrey really does exist. I think he's a really good artist too. Well, not he kind of sucks as an artist. Yeah, that's the truth. Well, thanks for sharing. Texas, homosexual behavior is a misdemeanor offense now. If you're a homosexual in Texas, you could go to jail for performing homosexual behavior. Well, I'll be darned. Thanks for sharing. If California agrees that land is habitable, FEMA is going to refuse to help with the cleanup funding. That's right. And you have information. What do you go to the humantrafficking.com to get your stories? You seem to have a lot of them coming at me here. Bill Clinton's faith healer arrested for running the biggest ever child sex ring. Whoa. This is a mind blower, everybody. There he is. Yeah, Bill Clinton's faith healer, known as John of God, achieved international fame after being interviewed by Oprah Winfrey and having listed of famous clients including Bill Clinton. His name is Hawa Teixeira de Faria. 2 months ago, his world crumbled. And police discovered evidence that he was a mass murderer, baby trafficker, and sex slave ringleader. Wow. This 77-year-old was arrested a week later in what prosecutors say could be the worst serial crimes case in the country's history. Well, the connection to Oprah and Bill Clinton is very unnerving, isn't it? Especially as it relates to child sex trafficking in Orgy Island and Jeffrey Epstein. Boy, things kind of go full circle. They go round and round, don't they? That's a messed up situation. Yeah, people can't even move back on their property, and if they do, California doesn't get any money to clean it up. It's like the government's saying, we want to gut and clear every single inch of that property, and you're not allowed to bring anybody in. Because the people that control our government probably control this operation of killing off people in Paradise, California, and taking their land. The land grab theory is a strong conspiracy theory in this matter. We've even talked about the possibility that these are directed energy weapons being used to start fires like this. Oh, yeah. We brought that into the show last week. These little guys are photographs of actual directed energy weapons that occurred over a year and a half ago. They had photographs when the California fires occurred about a year and a half ago and 43 people died. These independent pictures were taken of the same location. Interesting, huh? Oh, and if you want to talk about the conspiracy theory that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, I'm more than willing to entertain that discussion anytime you want. This is the real Alex Jones in 1997. As you can see, it looks nothing like the real Alex Jones now, who's played by Bill Hicks. This is the guy. Excuse me, chair. Thank you. Yeah, that's Bill Hicks. He doesn't even sound like Alex Jones. You're not going to believe this, but there's a terrible thing happening in the world where human genes are being spliced with animals. Well, the land has to be uninhabitable for them to collect their money. That's their point. Oh, that picture was a directed energy weapon. Yeah, these aren't missiles. Nope. These are beams of light coming down from the heavens. Many of you people don't realize, but over 100 years ago, Nikola Tesla developed these weapons of mass destruction called the death rays. These death rays are now implemented throughout the world and can be used haphazardly or directly in whatever choice elitists make, for they control your government, they control your public officials, and they control the world. So if you want to be zapped by a beam, just move to a place that they want to turn into a fracking location. That was the biggest problem with the people in paradise. They're sitting on a veritable gold mine of gas, and the Rothschilds could not possibly allow them to be paid for their land, and many of them would not move anyway. So they had to be genocidally destroyed. And you, the mindless, unwashed, useless eaters, never protest. You just simply wait for it to happen to you. Because you're so powerless. Hey, I like that fireproof tiny house. I saw it the other day. It still didn't look like it'd handle a directed energy weapon, though. It handled a blowtorch, though. That was pretty awesome. You're laughing at Alex Jones' jokes? Yeah, it's all mind control. You're not going to believe this. The whole shtick he does is right out of some Carney act. It's pathetic. He looks like a second-rate Carney huckster going, come here, $40. We'll get you to see the ultimate man without a head. Well, thank you. A headless monster. Those were the days. Bill Hicks was funny. And his show, Alex Jones, is funny now, too. I don't think faking his death is completely legal, considering Bill Hicks probably had some financial obligations that he wrote off. But I'm sure the CIA's got a plan worked out for Bill Hicks. If they ever try to out him, they've got an exit plan for him. I'm sure it's some sort of a major exit plan, but the CIA must have worked out a deal with Alex Jones to give him, you know, a way out in the event he is being outed, because he's already being outed by the a couple that claims that Sandy Hook happened and their son died and all this, and he said that they didn't, and he's getting a lawsuit with that. He just had to reveal that Alex Jones owes $20 million, or he earns $20 million a year, which is very, very suspicious. He can't possibly make that on vitamin supplements for your body. I mean, really. No way. No way, Jose. No way. Okay, welcome to the new future White House, where the world is up in smoke and we have to keep a lid on whatever we can to keep it under control. I don't anticipate the future is going to be any better than it is right now, to be honest. I wish I could tell you guys with full certainty that the two parties are going to take us to a better world. But if we let the two parties take over the world as it's doing right now, they're being played back and forth against each other to make it seem like we have choice, when we have no choice. We have the illusion of choice. And that's why our show, The Third Party, is being held back and censored left and right, because they don't want anyone to have a third alternative in the middle of the political spectrum. The last thing they want is for us to unite. So everyone who's disconnecting from your party, congratulations and welcome to America's Third Party. We are intent upon fixing the government, getting it so it runs lean with term limits, 2 years for senators, 4 years for congressmen and women. No way 4 terms should be enough for Congress, 2 years at a time, and 2 terms for senators should be fine. But we've got a system that is out of control. And these people get reelected for 16 terms, like Ted Kennedy and John Kerry and all these people that are permanent fixtures in our government and have proven to be relatively useless, like the poster child of uselessness, Dianne Feinstein. Feinstein has done nothing to correct the course the CIA and the NSA and the FBI have been on. And what they did essentially, and this was exposed by the Republicans in the House recently, the FBI was culling information just so that Hillary didn't look bad. Very suspicious. But this woman, Dianne Feinstein, has done nothing to advance our security as a nation. And I must tell you, her wealth is beyond belief. $80 million wealth. How could she not be on the take, making money on the side with deals, pay for play? And what's really disturbing, and I talked to you about this recently, her driver, limousine driver of 20 years, they just discovered, is a Chinese spy. Yeah, so for 20 years, our nation's secrets were in the hands of a Chinese spy. Has top secret security clearance, you know. She's at the very height of top secret security clearance. There's one step above her, but she's at almost the top. And the limousine driver was listening in on all the conversations. Instead of prosecuting him and putting him in front of the court martial or Supermax, she retired him. He's still free to walk around and do whatever he wants. He's retired. Now, during the same time period, China has killed 18 of our top spies that were in Beijing in that same time period. And they were tortured and they were executed. Our government did nothing to protect those top agents that were delivering secret information from China. We don't have a presence in China because of that. And now this woman doesn't even bother to even prosecute her limo driver who's been listening to top secret information. This is an atrocity. This is not a government. This is an atrocity. And this woman should never have gotten away with this and should not even have her position right now. It only shows how completely incompetent the Democrats are. No, there's no evidence that Bill Hicks is a time traveler. Yeah. Alex Jones is right. Joe Rogan is paid $3,000 a month from George Soros. But ironically, Alex Jones is getting paid probably more than that, simply because he's on the take with a larger group, the CIA. They've been funding Alex Jones for years. But what do you care? You're just on the end user side of the viewership. You'll never hear any of these stories we talk about anywhere else on the internet, because most of this is completely controlled and suppressed. We've got some insane photos of how insanely cold America is right now. And if you're worried about global climate change, I'm going to remind you that tomorrow we're going to talk about the truth behind global climate change. The truth is, in synopsis, we're being sprayed every day to create the climate change we're experiencing. We're daily getting hosed in the air above us. And I'll talk more about that on Truth Tuesday. But yeah, seriously, they're creating climate change just so they can promote their agenda. Now, unfortunately for many of you, Alex Jones sometimes tells the truth, but he couches it in areas where you can't do anything about it. It's like, what's the truth if you can't solve problems? And Alex Jones is not about solving problems. He's about diverting your attention. That's a big difference between him and and I don't make a penny, not a penny. He makes $20 million a year. So you want to go to the person that is honest to the core like I am, or do you want to go to Alex Jones and spend all your time hanging out with him and getting vitamin supplements you could buy for $10 as opposed to $30? $30 supplements for $10. That's what they should be. All right, we're going to say goodnight to the entire group. It's been a group effort. Got more things coming up for tomorrow night, queued up and ready to go. I don't need to make anything. Yeah. I'm not about making money. What's ironic is a lot of you people don't understand that. A lot of you think that everybody's driven by money, because you are. Unfortunately, you'll never get an honest politician to ever be your leader unless you realize that that person is going to be free of any monetary encumbrances. You chose Donald Trump, who's so deep in debt It's beyond belief. He owes over $1 billion to Deutsche Bank, and they were caught money laundering with the Russians. If that doesn't tell you there's something wrong right here in River City, I don't know what.
So it confused me when I saw on television the president saying that he actually fired me because of the